Hello, hello, and welcome. It's 3U time. 3DS capture. It will get there in a minute. Just give it a hot second. Okay, what am I looking at here? I got one more hammer quest, then we're switching over to the next thing. Will it get there, though? There we go. Pink Rathian and Kurupeku. I also need to do this Azeroth quest. Let's do the Pink Rathian. I need to do some keys in order to unlock more quests, which will unlock some keys so I can do all the stuff that I need to do in order to be able to farm the rusted Duramboros armor along with the weapons that I want in this rank, and we're good to go. Hey Iron, hey Mace, hey just us, hey Summers. I hope you're all doing good today. Hello Chisel, you as well. You taunting us with tasty food again? Let's get a good chunk of progress into G1 star done here, because, yeah, you are taunting us with good-looking food again. Rude. I would really, really like to start, rounding our way towards maybe closing out of this challenge run in the next 30 hours or so of this challenge run. Hugster hot topic, conditional abilities in whatever game, they are poo. E.g. latent power? No. Disagree. I think typically the issue with conditional abilities, in my opinion, is that the condition is too strict and the benefit is either way too weak or way too strong. Conditional abilities are too hard to balance when you are using non-conditional abilities as well, and also are typically bad from a player perspective, because stuff like, for example, latent power has the shittest wording. Right? It has terrible wording. You don't know what that does without looking it up. Increases power after a set duration or damage taken, I believe is what it says. That means like nothing. Increases power, what does it give me? To me, that means raw damage. If I'm not mistaken, I think it gives you both raw damage and affinity. It's just affinity, yeah. So increases damage is like not even the right term. Increases crit. Does it technically increase your damage? Like technically, yeah, but like also no, it doesn't. Because if you have 100% crit and you proc latent power, it does fucking nothing. It's ambiguous wording. It's incorrect. Agitator was really good at World, yeah. Self-made burger, nice. You're beating the head against Guiding Lands because you want the Goldian Longsword Summers? Do you need Guiding Land material specifically, or do you need to fight Goldian first? See, this is what I mean, Mace. Not Mace, sorry, Ein. The conditional ability itself is fine. the conditions are okay after 5 minutes has passed, or after you have taken a certain amount of damage, right? However, the benefits kind of shit. That's the issue. That does not write off all condition abilities as being bad. However, Agitator, for example, is probably too strong, even before Clutch Claw Constant Angering. Hello, Moth. Welcome. Oh, look, it's the Diver game. Yeah, it's just fighting dragons and Dave the Diver now. It's a Wyvern. I'm the guy who does that. That's me. I'm the Wyvern guy. That's not a dragon. Call of Duty. In your opinion, they hardly get balanced well? I think there's some games where they get balanced well, and some games where they don't. It's hard to do conditional abilities, though. You've platinumed it, Dawn? Nice. Well done. And welcome. Good to see you. Just another sub, as it were, section. Terrible. Require food and drink for the kitchen, yep. But you don't actually have to require any drink in Dave the Diver. The drink's just magical, it just appears. You have infinity of it. They didn't want to hassle with you at that one as well. It's all about the food. Also, my favorite thing about Dave the Diver so far that just makes absolutely no sense. It takes me roughly about the same amount of time to pour a cup of tea as it does for someone to prep an entire meal. Which is just lovely. I actually really enjoy the complete, like, fuck you, it's gameplay. Enjoy, shut up. And I don't mean, like, just some normal sushi, right? Because that's relatively reasonable. I'm talking about, like, the fully, like, cooked fucking shark head. Dive into water in this game, so it makes even more sense. That's very true. This game is the one where that makes the most sense out of the Monster Hunter franchise. It's one thing if your whole whatever system is focused around different conditions, but sprinkling one or two in between just to have an excuse for whatever you intend the skill to do is bullshit. Okay, fair enough. Counterpoint, Ein. Come up with all of the skills that you would need to come up with that would replace all of the conditional skills in Monster Hunter and make them non-conditional. Every single conditional skill. You reach a point where you kind of have to, right? From a game development standpoint. You can't just have flat benefits everywhere without it losing its logic. Because there's so many stats you can straight boost. Right? Like, Monster Hunter would basically just be devolved into attack up, crit damage up. Attack up in different flavors is conditional. So, attack up when using a poison weapon is a conditional attack up. As an example. It's boring as shit, right? How much does that just suck? On a player perspective. Not what you meant to express. What are you gonna do though? Like, you can't just give attack up in different attack ups. You can't just have attack up 1 through 50 and they're all like slightly different skills. That's not interesting. That's boring as hell. I get what you mean, but like it's impossible to unless you want to go MMO style. Like this piece of armor gives you 3% attack boost, 4.5% movement speed, 2.2% elemental damage, and also 1.69% resistance on fire damage, right? It's too difficult to make non-conditional skills while also trying to keep good variety in your game. Sometimes they are kind of poopy, sometimes they're kind of annoying. However, if I may also posit this, why does it have to be not annoying and not balanced? Right? Just let it be annoying and not balanced. Don't use it. I, personally, as someone who takes a lot of damage, I quite like latent power. Latent power, for me personally, as someone who gets hit a lot, is a fantastic skill. 30% affinity nearly permanently on hunt. That's pretty good. I like it when there is worse skills and better skills, right? It's like freaking speed sharpening. Right? Speed sharpening is strictly inferior to razor sharp, other than in hyper-specific circumstances. But that's what makes it interesting. There is those hyper-specific circumstances where you have a weapon that's a great sword that maybe has, you know, one hit of purple. It's really good. I literally can't tell you, Comrade. Increase all elemental damage, increase all fire damage on X button attacks. That's conditional. At that point. Increased fire damage isn't a conditional modifier. It's just straight increased fire damage. Increased elemental is the better version of that, because it does all elemental damage. Increased fire damage on X is conditional. I don't think that is particularly blurry. Get rid of conditional skills would ruin whole playstyles, yeah. Great swords. Draw KOs. Great example. Entirely ruined. It just wouldn't exist. Only do knockout on draw attacks is incredibly conditional. Ignoring Pokemon trying to invent new monsters each game, it feels similar to regional birds and normal types. What? What's wrong with the regional birds? Someone who likes taking damage, you should love Adrenaline. Adrenaline, the defensive boon is sometimes useful for me, yes. Different flavors of the same thing? No. You can't compare the two. Because the difference between Pokemon and Monster Hunter is that they can have vastly different move sets, different statistical boosts to them. You could have a regional bird that looks very similar, yeah, sure. Completely different stat line. It's a special attacker instead of a physical attacker. It could be a tank. It could be a speed tank with low attack stats across the board. Really good for doing, like, you know, setup moves or potentially, like, gravity trick situations. Stuff like that. You can make a lot of shenanigans happen there. Monster Hunter, you can't really do that, right? Because the weapons decide your moveset, not your armor. Your armor's irrelevant. Hello, General. Good to see you. How you diddling? How are you, Dylan? Their abilities, those are customized. Yep, all of them have individual abilities. You've got different natures to take into account. Obviously, that's on all Pokemon, not just different birds and stuff, but it's weird. A note for all the Dave the Diver voters, please consider that the streamer probably won't get all the achievements in time until he has for Monster Hunter March. Wouldn't mind combining forces with you guys and push Dave the Diver after Monster Hunter March. If you let my offer run through your head for a while, if you're interested, reach out to me. Chisel? This is business proposition shit. Hey, Human Harvest, how you Dylan? There are certain stats in Monster that shouldn't be messed with, like attack speed, and in my opinion, movement speed as well. Yeah, I agree. Attack speed, movement speed should not be fiddled. And also, some of them cannot be fiddled with too much, right? Evade distance. If you boosted evade distance too high, disaster. Just roll across literally the entire area. Hey, Sagado, welcome. How you Dylan? Good to see you. The investors are talking, apparently. The investors in votes. Completely free votes. Evade plus 10 turning you into Sonic would be kind of fun. I mean, it would ruin the system though, right? It'd ruin the gameplay. Literally anytime you rolled, you'd just skip. All of you would never be hit. Doing well, you having a cozy day? Good. Welcome, Austin. I don't know if I already said that. Good to have you. You could watch the town burn to the ground. That's how you're doing. Besides that, you're good. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm glad that we are now reaching the point of winter slash, like late winter slash early spring, potentially, in which the sun is still out. 20 past 4. There's light in the world. There's also like golden hour type shit going on right now, which is really nice as well. I do love winter. I must admit, it being dark at 3 o'clock does start to fray on the old nerves eventually. As does it being light at 11 o'clock at night. That also starts to piss me off in summer. I don't cook very often. I cooked a meal today. It was thoroughly meh. Thoroughly mediocre, as I would expect. Nothing I ever cook tastes any good. Can cook it literally the exact same way someone else does. It tastes infinitely worse. Enjoy your lurk, Coro. Imagine evade distance being so good. It's faster traveling and rolling than running. Yeah. It'd be wild. Evade distance is a monkey's paw anyway. It'll fuck up your muscle memory so bad. Yeah, I find that to be kind of overblown. It does for a little while, yeah. But you get used to it real quick. Right? It's the same with evasion. If you have evade window on all the time, like, you learn pretty quickly that you can't keep doing it, right? Doing good. You got a 1-week holiday. You don't have to worry about work for a while, Static. Ooh, nice. You got any fun plans to do during it, or is it just a whole bunch of Monster Hunter Worlding? Always make sure in a better mood. Don't have to worry about work. Yeah, definitely. Have a barely acceptable day if you can, Human Harvest. Thanks for popping in. I hope it is as good as work can get, you know? More sun equals more temperature, yeah. That's the downside, but I'm not getting any fucking snow anyway, so don't remind you winter's going away again. You get depressed at dead winter tree scenery? I actually quite like it. But I can understand. Visually does not look as pleasing as when they have leaves. I cannot deny. What did I cook? It was more cooking on a technical level. I took some chicken out. I popped it in the oven in some little, you know, tinfoil parcels. Put some seasoning on it. And then did some rice. That was it. Cooking on a technical level. Like, I literally did cook. It kind of blew. You like spring and the season between summer and winter most? Autumn. In British English, if you use American English more, it's fall because the leaves fall off the trees. However, autumn sounds prettier. Gonna start playing Power World with a friend soon? Nice. I hope you enjoy it. Depends on the weapon you guess. It fucked you for months, but hammers really dodge roll it. I mean, I use dual blades, general. Dual blades are incredibly roll and, like, dash based, right? I got used to it pretty quickly. I do maybe play a lot more Monster Hunter at this point than a lot of people do, though, so I feel like my brain has learned to adapt to all the various styles of playing the game real quickly. Might not be a good good litmus test for the normal reaction, like adaptability for people playing different Monster Hunter games. You like the sight of death? It's not death, it's sleeping. It's sleepy time. Having a nap. Having a snoozle. Herbst. Herbst sounds the best. I mean, it doesn't when I say it, I can tell you that much. I can't remember what it is in Swedish right now. Don't know. Yeah, winter. Sommar. I believe spring is vår. The fuck is autumn? Höst is autumn. With an umlauted O. Höst. Your second oldest sibling got a girlfriend and she's coming over and eating here tomorrow. Is that a particular problem, Mace? Incoming Herbst. Herb ST? Herbst. Look, I'm gonna pronounce it in English because I speak English, okay, not German. I'm not even gonna attempt the nuances of your linguistic tongue. I will say it wrong, and then I will get mocked. Like I did last time I said something wrong. In German. Mocked! For? No. Naughty, Jero. Yes, because the girlfriend is infamously annoying. Okay? I mean, don't you find your siblings infamously annoying as well? What's one more? So all your siblings seems like a good match? Yeah, exactly. I say it quite alright, thank you, Jessica. What more's the difference between wanting to live or not? You never want to live when you go and eat with your siblings anyway, so don't lie. don't pull this shit on me, sir. Well, I know Gesundheit. I don't know what the fucking other bit is. Gesundheitswesen? Gesundheits? Where's? No idea. I don't know where the linguistic break is. This is the problem that people who natively speak a Germanic language do not understand. English speakers, native English speakers, our language does not have compound words. We do not have compound words in the same way in English that you guys do in German. Right, in Dutch, in Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, all the Germanic languages. We have some, yeah, we have like 10 to every 500 you have. It doesn't quite count, Chisel. If you don't know where the linguistic break in the word is, you cannot pronounce it correctly. It will not happen. Because you do not know where to emphasize, right? Yeah, see, Gesundheit, I didn't even know was a word, Chisel. Gesundheit, I know. But do you see how that makes it impossible to say correctly? Because do I say Gesundheitswesen? Or Wesen, if I said it as English as I could. Or do I say Gesundheitswesen? Right? That's one of those things that you inherently pick up the logic to when you're growing up as a child. That if you've never seen a language before, you will get wrong. To anyone who speaks a lot of English or is native English speaker, the red large dog will sound horrendously wrong to you. The red large dog is bad. It sounds so wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong. It's because there's like an innate grammatical rule that doesn't really get necessarily taught. You just kind of passively learn it. Which is that stuff has to go in a correct order, right? There is a line for how it goes somewhere, but it would be you know, not that. I'm not pronouncing German words and getting mocked on this again. We've had this before. I'm not doing it. Ain't happening. Gesundheit isn't a word. It's gesund plus an S for reason. See, that makes it even worse. Here's an idea, Mace. Excuse yourself from dinner. You live in a family with people who have ADHD and autism. I feel like if any family is going to be understanding that you have to excuse yourself, it's probably them, right? When there's a new and unknown, for the most part, person in the house that you may be feeling overstimulated by their presence and wish to leave. You're the only Tism. Biologically, that is impossible. There has to be one more. But maybe in that specific household, yeah, fair. Why is it impossible? Autism is always biologically linked to someone who else has autism. I'm not sure if it can just spring from nowhere. I imagine it can, but it's incredibly rare for it to be a genetic mutation. It's almost always hereditary. What would you call multiple mushrooms in a cute way again? Mushes. Hey, Ascensioniki. Welcome. Improbable would have been a better word, Chisel. My bad. Incredibly improbable. You're not letting a stranger insult you in your place of living? That's fair. That's an entirely fair reason. But, like, you know, in terms of, like, staying at the table, if you don't like them because they're annoying, you don't have to. I feel like your family would understand that. As far as diagnoses go, yeah, but, you know. People didn't really necessarily diagnose autism very well. Don't know how old your dad is, let's say 40 years ago. Compared to now. What if it's on the lower end of the spectrum? Can it be worse for the one giving or the one inheriting it? Yes. Just because the person who is, like, providing the DNA to make the child is maybe very lower on the spectrum, it does not mean that their child cannot be born with a very high level of autism. There is maybe a tangible link in some way that I'm not aware of, but as far as I'm aware, there is some level of variability in that. It's quite common if you've got a quack for a doctor who doesn't know shit. Hopefully not too many of those, though, rocking around anymore in the modern day and age, Quacks. Hey, Falco. Who has the tism? Lots of people. Many people here who are aware and probably even more who aren't. Potentially me. That'd be happy if he had that. He's a decade older. I was just giving a guess. 40 is pretty reasonable, like, you know, age. The line between neurotypical and neurodivergent is so blurry at times, yeah. Hey, oh bearded. The hero himself, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you again. Oh, Conflagrant's actually good. If you enjoy watching video games, there is a chance you are on the spectrum. I mean, if you enjoy just about anything in the world, there's a chance you're on the spectrum. It's not necessarily relevant to a particular hobby, even though there is probably a higher variability in video games being relevant, right? Due to the addictive nature of them for the most part. And the most neurodivergence, as far as I'm aware, comes with some level of like ease of addictability in its symptomatic list. Especially here. Autism isn't solely determined by genetics. It's kind of an umbrella term for a whole soup of things. It's like how cancer refers to a billion things. Yeah, that's fair. Sucks to you on the spectrum. Are you? Who even are you? I mean, even if you were, it doesn't change who you are, right? My farming Pinkian? Technically I will probably need to, but that was not the purpose of that quest. It's a key quest. The current focus is doing key quests to unlock the key quests so that I can do key quests to be able to do multiplayer to farm the key quests. If you didn't catch that, key quest. Swax from Mace 19 days ago. 3 weeks. I do need to do this Azeroth quest, so I'm going to. I am not a medical professional. Everything I have said is liable to being factually inaccurate, and you should not believe what I say. Do research on every topic of your own opinion. Trust actual medical advisors. Right. Do that instead. Don't trust some random dude on the internet who has a passing interest in medicine. Personally, people put too much strength in terms. It is useful to know. Being diagnosed is an incredibly important step that can allow you to get some additional like changes and what do you call it? Conveniences is not the word I want. Made in your life to be able to deal with whatever you have better. But people structure their entire life around their diagnosis. You know, they don't become... In my case, for example, if I did have it, I would not be... like, you know, Kyle who has autism. In this particular instance, I would be autistic Kyle. And that should not be. You should be you yourself first. Any conditions or diagnosis you might have are secondary to who you are as a human being. It does not determine who you are. It merely determines some facets of your personality, right? I disagree. It's fair. You're allowed to. Didn't discover you had the tism till chat called you out one day. Fair. I do not Google my symptoms, no. I typically trust doctors to do that instead of going on the internet and finding out I have cancer. Because it's always cancer. You misunderstand me, Mace. I'm not saying the diagnosis itself doesn't change your personality. What I'm saying is that you are you first. You are not autistic. You are not your autism. You are Mace. People treat diagnosis like they are the person, right? If you tell someone you're ADHD, they're not, you know, ADHD Kyle. They're Kyle who has ADHD. There's a very important difference. The distinction is incredibly relevant. Especially with, like, the advent of more short form, directly fed into your socket's content. Where people stop being people and just become their diagnosis. I'm only using these two because they are the most commonly, like, perpetuated throughout society. People know what they are. There's plenty of them, right? Hey, Ramhard, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Seen as weird but potentially useful, yeah, exactly. And it's still, like, kind of the truth. Everyone's a little weird. I think that's a lot of modern flaw with thinking about things such as neurodivergence that we haven't necessarily quite gotten over yet. It's viewed as negative for the most part. Whereas there's actually some, like, massive benefits to the altered mental state. Such as being able to learn, like, whatever is your particular special interest. Like, dude, you retain that information, potentially, so fucking well. Like, crazy good retention of information that you're specifically interested in is potentially one of the things that you can get. the depth of specialization in an individual area is higher than someone who is neurotypical would likely be able to achieve. It has its benefits. If there was a cure for autism and you took it, you'd be different. Yeah. But, like, you can say that about literally anything. Obviously, there is perhaps a greater impact to you, Mace, right? But from a non-neurological standpoint, if you had cured my hands when I was in secondary school, I would probably be a doctor right now, right? And I would be a very different person because of that. I have no idea what that is, General. It sounds either medical or computery. The two things that pop to mind, is that something medical or you're talking about a router? When I read DSM. You're me as a big box with Tixes in it. A big box with boxes in it, and Tism's the box in the box that is you, yeah. Be ADHD Cardiff is a different Kyle without a nickname. I mean, fair. Fair. You used to be told that you have autism, and I'm not an autist. Huh? Aren't they the same thing? Autism the diagnosis, autist is the individual. It's the same as, like, I'm from England, but I'm an Englishman. Am I not? Is that not? Is that the same thing? Except, you know, on a country level rather than on a medical level. A YouTuber you watched did a great video on this phenomenon and the autism TikTok diagnosis stuff. Yep. There's a lot of really interesting videos that are made on that. And a lot of stuff about how a lot of the contribution to why stuff like that is happening is not just because of, like, you know, TikTok and TikTok doctors being a bit... It's because trust in actual quote-unquote doctors it is incredibly low right now. In certain countries, like, people just do not trust doctors. Which is sad, because they save our lives. Maintaining a personality is hard. No, maintaining a mask is hard, Jebro. If you're maintaining that's not having a personality. That's masking. Because you should just be yourself, right? You don't maintain who you are as a human being. That's not how that works. You're just yourself. I can cure people with my hugs. In my eyes, I'm already a doctor of hearts. That's not true at all. That could not be more further from the truth. DSM's a huge medical book containing every recognized diagnosis and how to diagnose it. That's really cool. It's kind of like the therapist Bible. Neat. Hello, tax evasion. Welcome. Not bullying him, just doing him because I think I need to farm him at some point for some reason. Can't remember. Autism TikTok is hilarious, but it will devastate people. Yeah. Yeah, it's poopy. But that's not true of just, like, autism TikTok, right? That's short-term, long-term media as well, and short-term media. It is destroying attention span. It's been a thing since I was a youngin', but it's even more like easy to get access to now than when I was young, which was only, you know, 15 years ago. Which is why Jen said's attention spans are not great. Or the Zoomers. Is that Jen said? I don't know. GG, thank you. I got literally all of the all braces I need based on what Komuro just said. Thanks, Komuro. Not if the mask becomes your personality, it's easy. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. But, once again, I am not a medical professional. I'm just a person on the internet. Do your own research. Don't listen to me. Do I watch primitive technology videos? For the most part, no. And to be, like, fully truthful, a lot of that is, I don't know which ones are real. Right? And I don't want to get incorrect information from, like, people just ruining nature when they build huts and stuff. I don't want to give those people any money from adverts. If I found one I knew I could trust, I would. Go poison some Ortoros for prize stomachs, yeah. I need them to show up. I need to bring the poison things. This is the wrong map, unfortunately. Should have remembered to do it while I killed the Rathian and the Azeroth, but I just didn't. I might need cool drinks for this. Are you even good enough for imposter syndrome? General! That's so mean! That's so manipulative in the most hilarious way. Oh, fan-fucking-tastic. Neurodivergent person convinced they're autistic will delude themselves and will ruin all the believability of actual autists being autistic to people. This is like very, maybe naive on my part. I think we're in kind of a little bit of an era at the moment. Or at least a bit of... We're... What do I want to say before I... Phrase yourself before you speak, boy. No, it's not about being blunt, it's that I didn't even, like, order the words in what I wanted to say, Mace. I think currently we're in a bit of like a... We're in a time of like self-discovery for individuals because due to the globalization of everything, it's very hard to like find yourself as unique anymore, right? It's hard to be like, for example, if I try and market myself as like a, you know, a comfy streamer or whatever, that don't mean shit, right? There's like 5,000 of them. On like Power World streams alone right now, there's like 5,000 comfy streamers just there. Talk about the entirety of Twitch. Like, words from being able to compare yourself to literally every human being online have kind of lost their impact to a degree. So people are finding niches that they can use. This, like, once again, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a therapist. I'm just a person who thinks about things sometimes, and I'm probably horribly incorrect, right? I think people are finding niches that they can kind of, like, relate themselves to. And then are, like, hard associating with that niche against all logic. Just to feel comfortable. They want to feel seen by people. They want to feel, you know, loved. They want to feel unique. They want to feel special. The thing with attention span's not a thing. The claim goes back to a pamphlet the marketing department of Microsoft put in 2011 about human attention having dropped below that of the older fish. See, what I was more referring to specifically, General, that I didn't do a good enough job of nuancing myself, is, more specifically, like, especially in younger children, addiction to technological systems, as far as I'm aware, I might have incorrect information, has been noted by multiple teachers in multiple places to actually providing a detriment to them receiving a good learning experience. Because they are used to, like, watching 30 seconds on something and learning. To a very basic level, just like learning something very quickly. Whereas actual attention span slightly suffers because of that. Because I know 100% that's been a thing that a lot of teachers specifically are complaining about, is that it's probably the bigger issue is that they're just addicted to their electronic devices, right? And I am aware the irony of me talking about this when I literally stream all day. Not all day, but I do 6-hour streams, 6 days a week. I'm aware. And in my time off, I spend time on my electronic device. Main thing is that players that everything modern expects you to multitask, which humans actually can't. It leads to you failing to do either task properly. Right. Yeah, I never really understood the, like, making people multitask thing, to be honest. Like, let someone do one thing and do it right. Right? The thing about TikTok videos specifically, the problem is the entire design is akin to a slot machine where addiction comes from wanting to see what video is next. Fair enough. Just not to be, like, unfair to specifically TikTok, this does go for, you know, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, all of those short form content media where you just swipe and you get onto the next thing. You don't have to, like, search. Not knowing what next is what turns you off of shorts. Comparing oneself to online influence and likes, one of those things that's being studied because it's seen as a major cause for depression. Yeah. I think that's, like, entirely fair. Especially since you only ever see the bits of people's lives that they choose to put online. Which typically is, like, only the good bits, right? The very attractive, very smart, you know, online media personality that you follow doesn't mention that they have anger issues. Weirdly enough. You take everything back. Sleep is super nice and double hunts. It's very good, yeah. It's very good. No dung bombs. It's only pickle. I don't need them. Welcome, Helen Earth. Welcome, Crimmy. Good to see you both. Hope you're both doing good. Any shorts you ever watched if you see them on the YouTube homepage or app and you can read the titles? I tried watching a few shorts and stuff. For me, personally, they're really nice to just, if you need to burn like 10 minutes and you can't be asked to find anything to watch. Like earlier, I was, when I was cooking, and I was just like, you know, I was waiting for the chicken to heat up enough so that I could start the rice so that things could be relatively well timed. I just watched some YouTube shorts because it's perfect for it. The amount of time it would take me to find a video that I actually, like, wanted to watch. Scrolling my YouTube homepage, I'd probably be out of time. Final battle went on for so long. You thought you were going to lose at least more than once. Nice. It was only 5 minutes and 44 seconds. That's real time as well, right? In-game real time, not the amount of time you spent thinking about all of the decisions that you made and all that shit. The trade offer was thoroughly dismissed. No one got in contact with you, Chisel? Did I say welcome to you, Eugene? I'm not sure if I did. Good to see you anyway. How you doing? Some shorts creators you click on when you scroll across them, like a certain art channel. The shorts in pairs of 2, where they have an anime character they color one half in pencil, one half in watercolor marker. That's neat. Like that premise. Neat premise. Meanwhile, the average G1 solo hunt. Oh, what Crimmy's talking about would actually take, like, If I had to take a guess, at the very least, 45 minutes. 5 minutes real time, in game, like 5 minutes passes in game time, it would take you 45 minutes worth of real time. Because every time you have to make a tactical decision, the timer pauses. Had a big nap, now you're chilling to the stream. Too tired for anything the whole week. Feeling good? Good. Yeah, it's just you were tired because you're acclimatizing to your new job, which is more physical activity than you were previously used to. Am I? I'm doing good. Not the best, not the worst. Stuff could be better. Stuff could be a lot worse. You know. Happy to be playing for a year. Always happy to be playing for a year. You're looking forward to some of the Rust grind. Why is that, Comero? Why would you look forward to the Rust grind? You gonna join for a few hands? Absolutely, when I do some multiplayer. I'm just in single at the moment. Because I gotta, you know, kill all of them and all that stuff. I still got a lot of key quests to do. Depending on what monsters people need, you and Komuro, potentially Sagando. Will depend on how many key quests I need to do in the next tier. Because I've got to do all the key quests by myself, solo first. As per the logic. Because all I need is... Pardon me. Green Plesioth. I need Green Plesioth. I need Baroth. And I need Rustaramboros. Rustaramboros, Green Plesioth, Baroth, Rathian, maybe Pink Rathian. I think that's it. How many Outeroth stomachs did I need, Komuro? Or, like, yeah, whatever the drop was called. How many did I need? 3. Okay, thank you. The 5 years later section is a nice update. Oh, that's really good, Dawn. Yeah. I like it when games do that. Prized? You recently got them. Okay, prize stomachs. Did you just go on harvest tours, or what did you do? Got the high rank ones 3 times in a row. That sounds about right, yeah. What's the rule? I can't remember. Is it 20-20-20 or 30-30-30? I remember it's the same number 3 times in a row. I think it's 20-20-20. Every 20 minutes you look at a screen, you should spend 20 seconds looking at something 20 meters away. Or 20 feet away? It might be 20 feet away. I don't know. They're a 10% drop in G rank. Yep. Yep. I cannot read any of the stuff I wrote down last week, by the way. It's currently 2024. I mean, I'd be very wrong if I thought it was 2020. That would be, I'd be very far out, Meep. You were doing R's, Ross, and G, okay. Is the Harvest Tools? There is, yeah. I think that was base of both of Mace's swacks, though. Which means it is N10 with the cooler lance, which means gun lance. From 15 days ago. Oh, kill me. I have 2 toadstools. This is not indicative to good poison smoke bombs. I will do a harvest tour every other quest until I've got all of the ones I need. And that way I should get all the stuff I want. 1d4 plus 1. Rip. Greatsword. Komuro hates Greatsword, you all heard it here first. To be fair, we have had a lot of Greatsword all at once. Recently. There's been a lot of Greatsword. Bonk. Did you get hit by that? Oh no, Char Char and Kayamba. I forgot about Char Char and Kayamba. They ruined everything. Almost like there was a great sword focus challenge that took 7 months to complete. Yep. Man, I can't wait for the dual blade ones. It's gonna be such a relief. They gotta be close to dying at this point. Come on. One of them just died. There we go. Good, 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 good. Hey, Corone, how you doing? There's a prize stomach. I think that's the right one, right? Yep, rarity 8. You could just start it in Monster Hunter March because reasons. Another one. Rig my next poll. First of all, that's... I'm not rigging anything on my poll. Spelled that way. Thank you. That sounds incredibly painful. Secondly, it's a raffle for the runs. The next run that replaces 3U has to be for you. And then the run that replaces World, whenever that's done, will probably have to be... maybe Portable Third? Thank you, Cha-Cha. Kayamba! Good, lucky. What do we have for 4U? Exclamation mark, runs. Have a look through. I got way too many. There's way too many in there. Also, I got incredibly lucky. I carved 3 of them and I got 3 of them. Thank you for making the average work out for me, Komuro. on that one. You're decent, Crone? Good. You got any fun plans for the weekend now that we're on the weekend? No, there's only one run that's guaranteed in Monster Hunter March, Kumaro. There is one singular run which is guaranteed in March, which is going to be for Monster Hunter Worlds. And I think it will be fun. Real Blade Collector's Challenge is all you can read here. Before you. Gonna play with some World of Friends, also Buddy's coming over in a minute, so like. Have a good one. Have a good one. I have unlocked extra quests, good. There's my Rasta Ambros. Right, what did I have on here that I can't read because it's in my writing? Giganox, Baroth, Nibble Snarf, Rusted Durambros, Jade Baroth, Gobel, and then something plus something. I don't know what the something plus something is. Well. Yeah, once again, Komuro, do you need anything in this rank other than Ruster Ambros? Eugene, if you're gonna join in as well, what monster stuff do you need? Just so I know what key quests I need to do. Double Azeroth key, I already did it, thankfully. Oh, that's probably what it is though, right? Although it doesn't... I genuinely don't know what that says. Gobel. I also need to do Gobel. Give me a year, sure thing. I don't need to farm Gobel. It's just a key quest, so I have to... It's written on there for some reason, so I have to do it. I don't know why I wrote all the things that I wrote down. I just know that they were the things that I had to do solo. Individual reasons though? Oh, fucking beyond me, man. But I can not do a lot of these. Don't know why I came this way. And instead do some multiplayer first. Like, I need to do Baroth, I need to do Ruster Ambros. Baleful Giggy? Is Baleful Giggy a key in any way? Curious how Citra will treat us today. Oh god, yeah. I am every single time I launch for you, Eugene. Need it for a para hunting horn that you likely won't even use. So, as far as priorities go. Not necessarily a massive deal, but good to know. Is G-Rank split over 4 stars in this game, right? memory serves. I feel like 1 star is really loaded. Copious amounts of Azure and pink, sand, maybe some laggies. There's still port 8. So it's 1 and 2, 3, 4, and 5. 6, 7, 8 is G. Oh! Wait, am I nearly done? Every time I play this game, am I nearly done? With Hum? It's Hum, like, it's so weird. I bet this game is a wild experience. You know what I would love to stop using though? This fucking low rank armor. This challenge is definitely done within the next 2 weeks or so. That depends how screwed I get, Komaro. Let's not get hasty. RNG might still need to play into this a little bit. Dire shouldn't be that much of a problem because we have actual weaponry, but no, we might have some issues. That hit, that was worth it. I think I've already done. Azure we can't farm yet. Sand Barrier we can't farm yet. Legiacris I also believe we cannot farm yet. That's next tier. So, Gobel. Giganox. Baleful Giganox is not on my sheet, so it's fine for me to just do it, I believe. Aside from power meme weapons that you could upgrade in P6, all of your weapons need P7 stuff. Then again, 210 raw weapons with bits of white sharpness to them are good, yep. And I need to do Giganox. It's on my thing. Giganox and Gobel are wrote on here for some reason. So that means I need to solo them. That was my solo sheet that I made at the end of last week. It's been an entire week, so I can't remember my own logic. Gobel was because you need it for an urgent in 7-star. I think N10 said that. There's an urgent in 7 that you have to do the Gobel quest in 6-star, but it's not a key quest, so technically you can just like... Or a key in 7. Someone said it. And that it's a bit fucky. So as it stands at the moment, I need to do 4 more monsters in solo. This Baroff, Rusted Duramboros, Gobel, and normal Giganox. That's pretty reasonable. And pretty time achievable to still get a good chunk of multiplayer in today as well. Which is good. Very good, very good. This challenge is definitely done within the next 2 weeks. My estimate is this challenge is done next weekend. Not the coming weekend, but the weekend after. Not this weekend, I should say. Sorry. Next week. On the 9th, or the 10th, or the 11th, would be my guess. You don't need stuff except from G1 except the Flood Sack, and we'll get it along the way. Okie dokie. I mean, will we get it along the way? Oh, can you get Flood Sacks from Plesio? Because I need to do Plesio. I think you get Sleep Sacks from Plesio. No, you don't. I don't know. You might want to do a hunt for it, Eugene. Do you need mostly G2 stuff as well? Do you believe that's enough? What's that service? MH3U save file. I'm gonna have. I've got about. I think it was high 30 hours on this save file already. So maybe about 60 hours for a save file. That's not too shabby, honestly. That is not too shabby. Understandable. Not a particularly fun way to play the game. Spamming the same quest over and over again for Master Rank? Nah. God fucking damn it, Baroff. You did manage to get Hunter Pie working again after it balked itself? Why did it balk itself? Do you know, or did it just give up on you? I've not really heard of a lot of people having problems with it. Jesus. This Baroff is holding on. He's probably going down soonish, though. 10 plus minutes on this quest. I've broken all of his mod off a ton. Should be good. It's not anti-mods. Stop. Don't perpetuate the cycle of misinformation. The stuff isn't anti-mod. I know that's not what you're doing on purpose, but it's not anti-mod. The Rise mods kept working even after they installed it. It's probably anti-some mods. Did it work for you? Some people have had absolutely no problems at all. The thing that seemed more effective, based on at least on what I've seen, is fucking the Steam Deck. We've got Steam Deck support. Oh shit, we broke our own Steam Deck support. A lot of Sand Barrier off Agnactor talents, maybe Azure, Abyssal Lagiacrus Hardhorn, Normal Lagiacrus stuff, Diablos Hardhorn, which is only available for agree methods. Reckon black or normal horns, or a certain quest, yep. Oh, I know that one. Intimately, don't you worry. You don't need to specify that to me ever again. You know you don't need to. Actually, you might not know you don't need to. You don't need to. You know now, yeah. I did that quest a lot. A lot. On my main save file for 3U. And I just did not get the horns. I got screwed over so much. Good to know that we're all good for this rank, though. Next rank, I'm going to need to do Sand Barrier for Gnactor, Azure, Rathalos, Glacial Agnactor for my own sake. I think I need a Ivory Lagiacrus also. I don't know. If, I don't know if I want to bother farming armor. I think I might just try and go with the Duramboros armor instead of getting another armor set in G2. So I'm not getting an armor set right at the end of G1 and then almost immediately again in G2. Just upgrade it literally as far as I can, go into Diamoralis with that. Hope it works out for me. Yes, good, good. The rest is mantles you didn't bother to mention, though. Fair enough. You don't want to be mantle farming, Eugene? Did you fall asleep on your chair, Chisel? I love mantle farming. Okay. Weird that you chose not to mention them then. You would have thought you'd be happy to do it. Twitch's character limit. It stops you from being able to. That's the issue. It's your secret fetish. I mean, it's not very secret anymore. I feel like that's a few times you've succumbed to post-food sleepiness and screwed your neck over, Chisel, if that's what happened. Wait, whose fetish? Why do you start paying attention at that point, Mace? Happens every time you fall semi-asleep in your chair. Have you considered maybe when you get like post-food hungry, you like occupy yourself with something so you don't fall asleep? Your poor neck. Your poor neck, Chisel. My fetish is to link Monster Hunter covers. It's certainly not. Although I did order 2 new... I will have physical copies of Monster Hunter games coming, finally. I finally found some that were actually affordable so I could stop feeling bad. Oh. Portable thirds. I managed to find a copy of it, finally. Finally. Managed to find a copy that wasn't ludicrously expensive. It was £10. So it was actually incredibly cheap instead. And a copy of Monster Hunter 1. You said that so confidently. What? The licking Monster Hunter cases doesn't turn me on? I feel like most people could answer that with some level of confidence. To be honest. That it is? I said it isn't. When I initially read the message, look. You don't think my brain is ruined by the shit that you people write anymore? You're trying to stay awake, but shit just goes south. I mean, play something, Chisel. You gotta play something, right? I also bought Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Emerald. So that I can, you know, legally upload my copies of them instead of illegally procuring them. So I can actually play them. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I have yet to be able to find a copy of. That's going to be a particular issue. I did find a copy of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and it cost £250. And quite frankly, no. No. That's fucking absurd. Which Mystery Dungeon? Explorers of the Sky, the one I actually won. Because that's the one that I was told specifically to play. I can't just grab a random one. I was told OG Explorers of the Sky is what I need to play. Which, as far as I could tell, was an original DS game. You also bought 3U and a 4U again. Oh, nice. Right as the online's about to go off, Eugene? You buy them a month before it went off? It was the first one I could have got on the port. No. I couldn't have. Ein specifically stated, I think to quote, you know, single quote, so like vaguely correct. Don't play any of that new baby shit. Was something along the lines that was written. That might be the quest. No, it replied. I'm pretty sure it was all of them. Base. Because if I recall, Ein's not here. I would have to say. I'm pretty sure someone mentioned the port, and Ein was like, "Fuck any of the new ones. If they're on Switch, fuck them." You spent 30 for both? That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Right, I need to do Giganox. So this Baroff, then a Giganox, and then Jade Baroff. And we're good. We're safe. Let me just look up the key quest to see if this was a key quest, this multi-hunt one. Wait, is it here? Oh yeah, they change at spawn so you can't get freebie calves. I seemed very unhappy about the state of all of them. Global has a key in G2 with an ivory. Yeah, I was informed that that quest doesn't necessarily unlock unless you do this quest. So this quest, like, de facto becomes a key quest for G2. Which is why I'm doing it now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. Just to be honest. Best. Or I misunderstood the message, and I'm doing it for no reason. One of the two. Oh, a Barrioff and a Baleful Giganox is a key. Oh. That's a mean quest. Oh, I forgot about the Urgent also being mean. Oh god, the Urgent's horrible. You needed to do him a lot in G1, so you're bound to need him anyway. Bound to do him anyway, as well as his fight's unique. Cool, underwater, yeah. Yeah, he's a good monster. Hey, Azael. How you doing? Just don't time out on the Urgent. I don't think I've ever timed out on that Urgent before, to be honest. I've usually died instead. Still looking forward to me tackling Rust with high rank gear? Yeah. I might have to come back to Rust Arambros after farming the G rank equipment, to be honest. Because I just might not have the damage. If I time out on that even once, I'm just gonna get the equipment instead. Obviously weak to water and ice, right? Neither of which I have. I do actually, the Lance. Lance would be very good. Probably. It's just a good weapon for Rester Ambros in general. Oh, that got me? I thought I'd actually be fine though. Especially since he wasn't even looking at me. Rust has a special place in your heart for timeout shenanigans. He is one of those monsters, yeah. I mean, I timed out on the original Grand Ross. In low rank. I remember that. First time I ever did it. Gogmazios is my timeout monster. Gogmazios is the one I time out to all the time. I have beaten him solo successfully a single time, and it was on the stream. Your first time out was Raphalos? Oh god, I was too young to remember my very first time out. Cool. I had no chance to do anything there as soon as I got hit. You've done GOG a lot, both multi and solo. I've done GOG in multi a lot. Like a shitload. Especially since it was incredibly common for people to join multiplayer lobbies, do like one rotation, post their Gogmazios urgent, and then leave, right? That was super common on 4U back in the day. I could never kill him solo. You had no Demolisher miss for a Dragonite and still cleared it around 40 minutes? Yeah. The power of a good build. You're so glad you finished 4U before the server shut down. Yeah, it's really nice to be able to have done it. If the Citra thing manages to work, it is a lot less, like, bad, at least. After you finished mine, you just kept helping and helping and helping others, yeah. That's what I did as well. The only way I got past that when I was younger is because of multiplayer. They haven't said anything to the contrary, Chisel, so it's incredibly unlikely for them to say anything, like to not say anything, and just let people assume that it's gonna go away. They probably would have made a statement about it. So while it's not like 100% that it's going offline, it's pretty damn certain. I've missed the Dragonator in the back ton, Discovery. Yeah, that's from Nintendo, though, Comrade, right? Not from Capcom. You hope, because peer-to-peer still exists. The issue is, if they, like, the peer-to-peer has to connect you somehow, right? And if that service goes through Nintendo, it won't exist anymore. And it probably does, because why wouldn't it? Like, if it even has one check in the code anywhere to be, like, connect with Nintendo servers, it won't work. Or even just, like, check console connected to internet. Won't work. If you're local playing, you'll be able to do stuff. Local play will work forever. Well, unless, like, a global infrastructure failure happens and you don't have any electric, then, like, bigger problem. You have a strong feeling of matchmaking to go for a Nintendo service, if only because of the friend list. I never used it, so I'll just take your comment on that one. Same thing with the DS and the Wii, yeah. You're gonna play Persona 3 Reload and Tekken 8, Zale? Have fun. I hope the reload is good. I saw it has a splash screen on the Steam store page. That's what you get for following 4 people who like and play Persona. 4 minus 4 streams you can watch, yeah. It's like when the new Monster Hunter game comes out, right? Everyone you follow that plays Monster Hunter, if you don't want spoilers, you're fucked. Can't watch those streams for a hot moment. Me included. Very pretty good. If I recall when we were talking about it properly before, obviously don't confirm anything. But wasn't it mentioned that they changed some, like, plot and stuff in the remakes to be more, like, appropriate? In other remakes. Not in Persona 3 specifically, but, like, in the Persona 4 one and stuff. Persona 4 get a remake? I think, right. There are some strong content warnings when you boot it up, though. Doesn't surprise me. A lot of media's adjusted modern news, yeah. I'm gonna go after Avatar The Last Airbender and redub it for modern audiences. I saw a thing about that. But then I also saw something that I think the person who was talking about it did not take into account. And while I overall disagree with the choice they're making, if they're only doing an 8-episode miniseries, and the episodes aren't necessarily going to be that long, some cut lines are going to have to be, like, some plot lines are going to have to be cut. Because you can't have the same level of character development. If it's 8 half-hour episodes as opposed to 36 20-minute episodes or whatever original Avatar was, right? They gotta cut something, like they have to. It makes some degree of sense. The reason they give is bullshit. I do agree, but... Remake can still die at a fire. I mean, I agree with that, yeah. I'm with you there. Stuff that is animated or drawn is allowed to stay animated or drawn. It does not have to be made live action. And vice versa. Sometimes it can work, but you can't do it the same. It has to change a lot. And that, a lot of the time, ruins the original essence, right? Hey, attacks evasion. You never played free? The fuck is that the gameplay mechanic? Do you mean underwater? Yes. Going underwater and fighting monsters underwater is like the quote-unquote gameplay mechanic of free. You fight on land and underwater. I genuinely dislike all the media things that are, quote, made for modern audiences to the point where you take the statement in a description of something new coming out to be this is going to be shit. I mean, yeah, it's only ever used by big companies, right? The only people who ever say something is made for modern audiences is, like, Netflix. But we're like, yeah, this show kind of had a point with character development, but we didn't want to put something in that could potentially, like, make us look slightly bad, so we just got rid of it. And then said made for modern audiences. Because we're afraid of upsetting someone instead of having any integrity. No, Mace, it's not. Not hard nowadays? No, it's not. But I also think it's false to say that that wasn't always the case. Apparently that doesn't work mid-HUD. Good to know. Mace is a menace, be purged menace. On that note, you gotta take off. Are you actually the menace, Sale? Are you self-purging? Be around later, peace. See ya. Enjoy your food. Oh no. Don't flagellate. That's incredibly unhealthy. Also, I don't think he's gonna help you here. Considering. Come on, Goble. Nibble Snarfish. Yeah, Goble was the one that came first, I believe, in Monster Hunter Tri. But then Portable Third did not have underwater combat. So they kind of just took like the Goble model and turned it into Nibble Snarf instead, I think. Is the like rough logic that it follows. And then instead of making him underwater, they made him under sand, I guess. Still alive though, huh? Tanky boy. Nibble Stuff only appears in Gen, you think, and you're happy it stays that way? It's in Gen 3 as well. Generations 3. He's in Monster Hunter he's in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, Monster Hunter Portable Third. And Monster Hunter Gen and Generations Ultimate. He's actually a key quest in this rank. For me, that I have to do. Gonna be earlier? I'm not sure. Eugene? What specific bit? It's I don't know what OSR is. We use acronyms, just expect you to know what they mean. OSR? Is that a company? Old school revival, it's essentially a shove genre. Never heard it before in my life. What's the point? You didn't get anything, whatever? I mean, then I can't help you. What are you talking about, Mace? Okay, then let me just do this then. Bear in mind that game came out today, Mace, and there is at least 3 people in this chat that want to play it. Maybe don't be so hot to just, you know, spoil stuff. There is Eugene, Zale, you. I guess you don't count, so 2 others. Was literally just mentioned, yep. Zale knows the whole game, Eugene does not. Also, it still came out today, so also just like, you know, at least give it like a week or something. Old school revival games are essentially modern games that try and get the style and feel of the very first editions of D&D. Instead of super high power level stuff that's common, fair enough. Thank you, AVG. Didn't pay attention? Good. You're not paying attention to stream? Just in general, as a rule of thumb, going onwards. If it's day 1 of a game release, in a public area, don't talk about the game release. If it's like week 1, probably don't. Probably don't talk about it. In a spoiler sense. Because you never know who's, you know, people who are lurking who've never typed a message in chat in their entire life. Who are desperately looking forward to the thing, but they can't afford to buy it until the bills have gone out tomorrow, so they know how much disposable income they've got. Healing's pretty hard to come by. Resource management for dungeon crawling. Big focus on hex crawls for overworld travel. Gold acquired on Delve as XP. Gold acquired on a Delve as experience. Sorry? I don't get that bit. Your gold is your experience? Is that what you mean? Instead of just murder hoboing everything? Yeah. Interesting. Don't necessarily know if I'm as much of a fan as that personally, but to each their own. AVG! Shut up! Fairly little experience for defeating enemies and the gold value you get out of a dungeon. Still not sure I'm with you, but it doesn't really matter. Persona 5 got you into Persona. Shin Megami Tensei as well. Nice, Eugene. Oh yeah. That is always the wonderful thing about new games that come out, that people forget. I think a little bit too often. Who have been a fan of franchises for a long time. Me included. Monster Hunter Rise, Monster Hunter World, great points. Right? In that regard, if you play one of the newer ones and you really fucking like it, you're probably pretty likely to go back and play the older ones. A lot of people. Crimson Gunner is my case study of one. Every time. I don't know if I mentioned it, but this hammer was Leo's, by the way. After Persona, SMT is really great if you don't feel like social stuff at some points. You assume so? You're still yet to start, fair enough. What you saw, it seems to be that way. Cool. I would probably enjoy Shin Megami Tensei more than Persona then, because the social shit is interesting for a little while and then becomes like incredibly mundane very quickly for me. To level up from 1 to 2, you need 500 experience. If you get into a dungeon, loot 500 gold and make it back to town, you've got the gold for gold stuff and less experience to level up. Right, I'm with you. You don't use the gold as experience. Successfully returning with gold grants you an equivalent amount of experience. Right. What I thought you meant was the gold is the experience for a little bit. Like souls. Right? Your souls are your currency and also your experience points. You played Nocturne, you hated it. Difficulty-wise? Really need to know what you're doing in order to succeed? Yeah. As long as the game does a good job teaching you, that's no biggie. I mean, to be honest, Komuro, I don't think I've ever heard of that type of system at all. To be completely truthful. Where you make it back and get like experience and like however much of the in-game currency you bring back is also equivalent to your amount of experience. Never heard of that. So neat idea though. Encourages you to make some potentially greedy decisions in terms of like maybe dropping resources to be able to bring extra gold if you were limited on like carry capacity or whatever. Because it's worth money and also experience, it makes it even more of a valuable commodity. But you also need to survive, so dropping, like, you know, that rope or whatever might fuck you over. Rations are super important, yeah, exactly. Damn, you're discovering so much stuff. Is that a Kezu or something? This is Giganox. It is similar to Kezu in that it is also a, like, cave wyvern. Giganox is not blind, it just has bad eyesight. It is basically Kezu, but just better. It's a more interesting fight. It's got a more varied moveset. The default one uses poison instead of electricity. The subspecies uses paralysis. As opposed to Kezu, which uses electricity and paralysis. Third gen is the only generation where Giganox has ever been. Because they keep putting fucking Kezu back in instead because it's more popular. But it's more popular because it's... Giganox has only ever been in one game. One game generation. How can anyone love Kezu? For some reason, a large number of people in Japan think Kazu is cute. Because what isn't more adorable than a pulsating, electrified, walking cock? It's the producer's favorite monster, yeah. Walking cock's the perfect word because you should change the title. The walking dick. That's just The Walking Dead, but something else. I think I've already broken the head. I'm not sure. And Giganox laying his egg sack on himself is so annoying. Instead of popping it on the floor where you can actually kill the damn thing. You can still get it when it's on his back, it's just more annoying. Never heard of it, Comrade. Is this a more, like, TTRPG thing? Specifically? Like, not a gaming thing? Gotta remember, I don't do TTRPGs, man. Yeah, you gotta not use acronyms and stuff for me, because I don't really, like, the only thing I've played is D&D 5th edition. And I haven't even played it for over a year. At this point, can't expect me to have that in-genre knowledge. Gonna be completely honest though, old school D&D, at least to me personally, seems less like a game and more like a self-torture experiment. In which the best way to play is to have absolutely no fun whatsoever. It's like... "20-foot pole, tap every single piece of floor." Hirelings to go around every single corner first because there's an ambush in like 50% of dungeons. Or 100% of dungeons around 50% of the corners and stuff. And it's like, ugh. Doesn't necessarily feel like a game as much as it feels like a chore, right? Yeah, maybe different strokes for different folks, obviously, as always, but I like my games to have a little bit more game to them. mean, that's literally all of the stories I've ever heard about original D&D, though, bro. Every single story is like that. Music was so cool in the Monster Hunter franchise, now we got chorus everywhere, and most songs are ruined by random shit. I disagree, personally. I'm not a massive fan of Rise's music. I will agree. I will say so. But I will also say, like, that's one game, right? I think Monster Hunter music and world is fantastic still. It's different. It's definitely different. It's a lot more focused on being an orchestral sort of thing. Rather than, you know, a little bit more traditional Monster Hunter music. A bit more game music rather than orchestral, but... Sorry. Gonna mute in time for that one. I do think Rise's music ruined the power of its, vocals by putting them in all the tracks. It weakened the strength of its vocal ability. You're scared they'll keep going that way? I mean, that's fair, but you gotta remember, like, you're talking about a portable game. Mainline Monster Hunter is where they tend to try and stick relatively true to the formula. And portable Monster Hunter is where they tend to try and do a little bit more, like, extra stuff and see if it goes well or not. Yeah, I know about the wargame thing, but still. I feel like that's a lot of the thing that kind of stops me ever being interested into, in Warhammer as well. Everything just seems like not enjoyable. Unless you're, like, obsessed with perfection. One person is the cooler who communicates between the players and the DMs? Wait, what do you mean? Like a fucking messenger pigeon? That's ridiculous. Used to be a wargaming thing. DMs and players had their own separate boards, sometimes in separate rooms even, to emulate Fog of War. Man, I'm so glad I never played old school D&D. It probably would have stopped me getting into it, quite frankly, forever. That would have been such a negative experience for me. For something that's meant to be a fantasy role-playing game. Maybe, I mean, to be fair, maybe it wasn't known as that at that point, but, like... No. Enjoy lunch, Dawn. Gen has so much stuff you expect it to be in the main games, like fighting styles and arts and stuff. I'm so fucking thankful they never pulled that over to mainline, personally. For Wargames, the judge was accepted as impartial judicator. Did they forget that humans are never impartial? Personal games like TTRPGs tradition didn't stick around long, yeah. That's wild, man. Like, I get it sticking around for, like, maybe first edition, maybe second edition, when they're still kind of finding their footing, right? But for third edition, they explicitly say you might want to have someone who's like a messenger pigeon. That's wild, man. Hurrah for 4th edition, I guess. Welcome back, hero. Thank you for the hammer. Not sure if it's mentioned in the... Sorry, what? You know what? Don't bother. I don't mean that against you at all, but I just don't. If you're gonna call something your 3rd edition and then call the 3rd edition of your 3rd edition, just like fuck off. That's too much, man. Sometimes it becomes too ludicrous. Longy, longy, boomy, boomy. I might actually turn those. You know, I'm actually going to turn weapon requests off right now. I can't keep hitting weapon requests when there's 16 in the queue and we might be done with the challenge next week. At least for now, they need to go on. Thank you though, Eugene. I will play the gun lance. Thanks. I just can't afford to have any more in there. I'm still doing weapon requests from 15 days ago. Kind of concerned about this quest right now. Hopefully be alright. What have I got that I can do? I haven't even broken its chest or its butt. I've only barely broken its head. I have hit its wings a lot because you do that with Giganox. played, man. Honestly. Definitely need that new armor. What did I have next in the queue? Anything I feel like. Okay, so I can use Lance. Good. Good. That would be really damn useful. It's going to allow me to do like good damage against the Rambros. It's one of my best weapons. It also is water. It's also good. A good weapon for element. High key, want to get back into Monster Hunter World and finish it, Hero? Hell yeah. It's well worth playing. It's such a good game. After you soloed your first Fatalis and Alatron, you kind of retired, but have fun. I mean, you'll go back to it at some point again, right, Yuji? Or are you done with World? That depends on Wilds, Kappa. Gonna say that don't make any damn sense. I genuinely, by the way, think that mentality is gonna be so bad for that game when it comes out. You learn how important stats are over fashion the hard way. If you become good enough at the game, you are allowed to use your skill to enable fashion anyway. FromSoft fashion spoiled you. Fair. I mean, it's the same is kind of true in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. To be honest. It's actually relatively important what armor you wear in those games. Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, it doesn't goddamn matter. Avalor bust, oh god. I am proud to say that I have never used Havel's armor in my life. Hey, you Gunblades! You've noticed more people are running 3U, almost as if they want to enjoy the online multiplayer in the last 3 months of me up. That is a lot of reason why other people are playing it and 4U, yep. It's not why I'm doing it, because I'm on Citrus, so I am immune to that. Citra multiplayer will be up regardless. But that is a lot of why people have been playing them. Because they know they're not going to get the chance to do it again in multiplayer. I played it before it was cool. That's just not true. played it when it released, so since it's been cool since then, I couldn't possibly have done that. Considering you still play previous entries, one might assume it does not have bearing. Yeah, exactly. You want Capcom to offer support for Lost Planet 2? Oh, wow. Good luck, hero. I'm threatened to play Monster Hunter for the rest of my life and don't let you tell otherwise. Yeah, basically. I'm not necessarily threatened, I'm just obligated at this point. Can these Giggy go the hell away? I can't break his damn thing because they keep spamming poison moves. You're being a real Kezu right now, Gigadogs. Played it since release 2. Haven't played too much for a couple of years, but have played with Try on and off in that time. Yeah, I have basically the opposite experience. I played Try since release. And... no. Just haven't played it since. Not even when the servers came back up, just... nada. I'm so sick of these little fucks jumping on me at this point. He's injured at least. Perhaps once the official servers go down, Citra will team up with Pretendo and have unified servers. I don't know if that can happen with the Wii U version, right? But it should be able to happen with the 3DS version at least. Oh, actually, can it even happen with the 3DS version though? Because the 3DS version doesn't even have online, which means Pretendo wouldn't do anything. That's gonna be weird. I know it works for 4U. I don't know if I've seen anything about 3U. Citra and Pretendo can't join together. I mean, you can crossplay onto the official servers right now on 4U, right? On the Citra, I'm pretty sure you can crossplay onto the official servers, or maybe the other way around. So it might. I mean, it might work. There is a precedent for it there. I just don't know how it works with 3U. You're convinced Microsoft wants to kill old Capcom games. You gotta redo the boot up workaround every time there's a Windows update. I mean, how old is Lost Planet 2 at this point, Hero? It's probably just never made with Windows 7 in mind, right? Or like Windows past, like, God knows what Windows version. What are we on? Windows 10? 11? Alright. 2012, yeah, it's old. Old. For 3DS game can play on the official servers via the Wii U. Using the packet relay tool, yeah. Okay, for Wii U, just get the Wii U game with save transfer. That's true. I suppose. You do need to have access to all of those, like, consoles, though. Which is now next to impossible or incredibly expensive. You can play it, but you can't save your progress. Sounds like a complete the entire game in one sitting. I never really played much of Lost Planet 2, to be honest. I played a bit with a friend, but not too much. Hello, Panzer. What are we doing today over here? Heavyman. Heavyman run. Same as we've been doing for a little bit. Only the chunkiest of equipment. Or armor specifically. Only the heavy weapons. All I gotta do is kill Dia Morales, which I'm 1 tier away from. I'm incredibly close. I gotta do some more key quests in here. And then I need to do some multiplayer farming. And that's it. We can go up a tier. Do some key quests, do some multiplayer farming, and that tier I'll kill Dia Morales. Dunzo. Just gonna go to the loot real quick, be right back. Hello, I'm back. Used to game on this with 2 brothers, both who were dual blades, one of whom used to seem to trying to attack the same spot as you, a hammer user flinching you non-stop. You learn to gun as a result. Ah, that's annoying. That's annoying. Oh, that sucks, hero. Just accidentally quit the game. Yeesh. You started gunning, he still kept flinching you. So at the end of one hunt, you spam the RF belt on him to get the point across. So A, B, and fun finished non-stop. Did they stop? Oh, 6 hours. That's a lot of time. Yeesh. Lost Planet 3 did not appeal to you, but you went through it once. Lost Planet 3 had their own story hero, aka not me, the player. Ah, that's kind of unfortunate. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a weird change to make mid-franchise, though. Yeah, anything I feel like from Jordan. If I use this lance, this is super effective, as it were, against Rust thingy. Rust Arabros. The boy. The big scary one, the one I need to do right now. Wherever it is, axe to grind. Sandy Plains in the day. This is the quest I need to win. Finding a instant with those two. Rathalos Hunt and Deserted Island, they both had dual blow 2 hammer as usual. They were flinch central. Rathalos limped to the ledge, you told them to keep away from the head, charged up super and release, and they both ran right in. Sailed over the cliff, missing their calves. Honestly good. Listen to your teammates. That's amazing. We're gonna farm sucker this? I don't want to farm sucker anything, thank you. Halo Reach kind of story, your guy, your armor. I haven't played Halo Reach either, to be honest. Sorry. I'm actually just gonna bring the one trap for damage. I'll do it to Pokemon. It's a shock trap, it won't be able to poke him in the back, whatever. Good enough. Boop. Some people are talking about Lost Planet, some people are just talking about memories with this game. Summers. Special task is when I just did a mission before every big boss fight, and the boss rush mode did not fix that problem. Ah, that's poopy. Poke him in the back important though. Well, I don't have any spider webs, so I can't do anything about that. Can't do anything about that. Just gotta deal with it. This is a really good weapon though. And that's gonna help a lot with this. You are and are not looking forward to your Lost Planet 2 run. Be glued for a few hours, yeah. Is there no community for that game at all? Because I'd imagine there's still quite a community for that game that potentially has like maybe fixed some of the problems like that. With like modding tools or community patches and the like. Can't pierce his thing. Good. Everyone's raging at Microsoft and Capcom, but asking for a patch since 2019. I mean, Microsoft and Capcom aren't going to do it, right? The community's got to do it. Microsoft don't give a shit. Game came out 10 years ago. Oh, sorry, Capcom don't give a shit. Man, you do love the duality of the DRG player base. I mean, is it just the same as every player base, Summers? Super hardcore and super chill. Newest Windows update killed the multiplayer and the Windows Live accounts workarounds. That's a shame. If you know you own the game, you don't own the game, that's shit. I can't hit that. Have to hit the leg. One server name, no speedrunning, chill. Just ready up before objectives, then immediately blow it. Fuck to kill and kill to fuck. Okay. There's a game that you're glad you already own in today's time. Starting to think about buying certain games before they need a fortune to buy, yeah. Pokemon fucking Mystery Dungeon. That'd be an example. From me to you. That's pretty normal. It's pretty normal, yeah. Yeah, any game that's been alive for as long as DRG has, Summers. Normal stuff. DRG's been running for a long time now. Game's getting, like, relatively up there. Your young Pokemon fan. Loved Mystery Dungeon 1 so much. Mystery Dungeon seems like it would be every Pokemon kid's dream, basically. So that does not surprise me. Okay. Rusted being an ass, isn't he always? Bigger problem is I just don't have good sharpness to deal with him, really. Very well. Never fought him. Did you fight normal Durambros? Durambros is just a big punching bag to you, really. That's true when you're not in lower rank equipment and armor. My weapon and my armor is of a lower rank than him, so he's actually kind of like a problem. You don't know the monster names, but they sound cool. You fought Neva, remember? I don't remember anything, Summers. The monster names are cool. I agree. I remember just like enough snippets about people to relatively know who they are. I read like, I don't even know how many. 5 to 10,000 messages a stream sometimes. It's hard to remember everything. To be honest. What is LP2? Oh, Lost Planet. You're Capcom, right? Yeah, yeah. For Capcom games. Fair. It's like, LP2 was a Monster Hunter game? What the hell is that? I haven't heard of that one. No. Lost Planet. But as far as Capcom games go, not as good. on my front either. You really like World and Rise, you don't like them as much as you like Gen, and you feel like back then, when you were young, like 10 years ago. This may be a bit of like a negative thing, in my opinion, to like put out into the world. I don't know if you are ever going to enjoy any game as much as you did when you were a child. Slash when you were new to gaming. Because when you're new to gaming, or a child who is like new to gaming, everything is novel, everything is new. You've not experienced any of this before. What's like any of this hunting? What's these monsters? The styles are new. Like, the older you get and the more games you've played, the more things you've experienced, right? It's harder and harder to have that novelty. For me, World hit that point perfectly. World was incredibly novel. Incredibly novel compared to other Monster Hunter. One tends to memorize certain people more than others, yep. And certain bits of information more than others as well. I can't remember all the Monster Hunter games that everyone who's ever been in here's ever played. It's tough. I've never hated Rise, Hell on Earth, at any point in my entire existence. I've never hated Rise. People have pushed that on me. Gamers adult realizing all these games, the copies, yeah. It is to an extent, yeah. You felt broken when you finished World because you had to pay 30 euros to get to play against new monsters and stuff. I mean, at that point, I would maybe suggest you look into some therapy, because, unless you were incredibly disappointed with the experience, like didn't like the game at all, you should not feel broken for completing a game. At any moment, that should be relatively, like, jubilacious. When you were a child, games still loaded from audio cassette and took 5 to 10 minutes to load a game, yeah. Not quite that long for me, but hey. What is that Durambros though? Rust Durambros. It's a subspecies that's only in this game. It's basically just Durambros, except its tail is slightly bigger. And it's also way bigger, and it's got shitloads more hit points. It's really not good. You clearly remember me streaming Frontier like a year and a half ago, and I was ultra negative towards Rise. Do you know why that was, though, Hell on Earth? Because every time I did a stream, day in, day out, constantly, over and over again, why don't you like Rise? Why do you hate Rise? Why do you feel badly about Rise? Why don't you like Rise? Why do you hate Rise? What do you think poorly about Rise? What did they do wrong with Rise? What do you think isn't good with Rise? Here's why I hate Rise. Here's why Rise is bad. Here's about Rise. Rise. All I heard, all the time, constantly. And all it does is it makes... It's like when you hear about... Like, Undertale's a great example of this, right? Undertale's a fantastic example. There is thousands of people that will never in their lives play Undertale. Because for half a year, No one would shut the fuck up. Right? I do not like Rise. I think Rise is a good game. I think it's made very well. However, it is a divergence from the franchise that I personally really do not appreciate, because I think it destroys some of the core values of the mechanic and reduces it to button mashing. Not quite to that extent, but to a degree. But I still think it's a good game, I just don't think it's for me, right? The same as I wouldn't play a fighting game, it's just not for me. Just not for me. An action game? No, I don't think that's an appropriate thing to say. It's like a platinum game. It's like Bayonetta, in my opinion. Might be a big angry boomer with the new games and all. I think it's really hard to find stuff that's like more interesting, right? Nowadays. So you have a core ideal of games that you enjoyed when you grew up. And that enjoyment gets locked in as like what you enjoy because it was during your formative years of existence, right? It's hard to break out of that. And they don't make games the same anymore because they evolved and they changed, and like the target audience for games isn't necessarily, I'm going to use my age because I'm 28. It's not necessarily people who are 28 plus anymore, right? Those people have jobs. They got shit to do. You know who the primary target demographic for games is? Who it's always been? People in school and in college. And in university. And working like their very first job. That's the primary demographic. People who have like spare money that they can spend, or like parents' money that they can spend, and a shitload of time. People who work. Work takes 8 hours of your day. Right? So let's say you sleep 8 hours, you've only got 8 hours left. An hour of that maybe goes for travel to work. You gotta cook. You gotta do like menial chores around the house. You gotta maybe take care of some kids and stuff. Like Komuro says, you're only gonna have 1 hour, 2 hours. If you're a game development company, probably not gonna try and market to the person who's got 1 hour a day. Probably not gonna make games for the person with 1 hour a day. As opposed to the person with, you know, the ability to chunk 12 hours a day and be like, fuck yeah! I'm a rave about this to everyone. They don't play that much, they pay for it. I mean, they can't, like... People who are working adults and smart won't buy shitloads of games, though, Komuro. Not to be unfair to Mace here. I'm sorry, Mace, I don't mean to use you as a negative example in this light. Look at Mace. Right? He has the time and he has the money, so he just buys shitloads of games and plays them. buys a lot of games and he plays mostly, probably a good chunk of the way through almost all of them. But then because he's got enough time, he goes on to another game. He goes on to another game. Someone more so like Eugene now goes to work, comes home, is tired. Eugene's not gonna play, like, buy a new game when he's already got a new game to play. He's got shit to do. That's a waste of money. Just 8 hours of work? You have 2 6-hour shifts every day, separate by 2 to 3 hour day, equating to what's essentially a 15-hour day. That sucks, Gunblade. While that does suck, and I empathize for your situation, I would say that that is most thoroughly not the norm. I think most people probably do end up working roughly 8 to 9 hour shifts every day of the week at this point in time, which shouldn't be the norm, but unfortunately is. Because shit's too expensive. Take Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, right. I don't know a lot of people who would be in this situation of actually being able to afford, you know, who have working careers at this point in time, who could afford a 40 quid game every week. It's the nature of full-time hours in the industry you're in now. You actually got more rest when you worked in an Amazon workhouse. That sucks, dude. That absolutely sucks. Remember the time when you had the stamina and time to destroy new games in 2 days? Went to the gaming library, borrowed the game you're interested in, went back, moved back in 2 days? Yeah. I remember it as well. And I have to, like, deliberate every single purchase I make now. Because I made the dumb decision to try and do this for a living. Even when I worked, I just tried to save my money because I was just, like, afraid of spending it. Because everything costs too much. $26, you notice the last few years you get burned out quick. Play for a few sessions, each being an hour or so instead of 8-hour sessions each. Yeah. When you're young, you have more energy in general. You probably shouldn't have, like, massively reduced energy at 26, but it will be going down by that point. But when you're really young, like sub 25, you have a lot of energy, unless you are otherwise doing stuff. But even then, like, you know, people who are like 20, 21-ish, 22-ish, and are like, man, I'm tired all the time. And you're like, yeah, it's because you're working 17-hour days, coming home, sleeping for 6 hours, and then working 17-hour days again. You know, if a 50-year-old person tried to do that, they'd probably die within, like, a month. It would kill them. Younger, you have a lot more energy when you're younger. Transitioning that into, like, working and trying to game at the same time it's tough, man. It's tough. Okay, like 2 big monsters. If you try to do any more, you're gonna violate your sleep schedule. Yep, it sucks. Tax evasion. It really, really sucks. Considered letting the intrusive thoughts win and banning your sleep schedule. That tends not to work if you have to work as well. Unfortunately. This is my key quest, Restaurant Ross General. I'm not grinding him solo, thankfully. That's how you know it fucks everything up, yep. I remember when I was, you know, very, very young. Because I'm still young, but I'm not very young now. 14, 15. I would go to school, be a relatively decent student at school all days. Like, I'm no straight A student or anything, right? I got decent marks in school. I got a B. It's alright. Pretty average. Across the board. You do that for 6 hours. Come home from school. And then somehow still have the energy. 6 hours? However long school is. I don't know. Just play games until like 4 o'clock in the morning. Get like 5 hours of sleep. That's the wrong way. Wake up and do it all over again. And just like be a little bit tired, but mostly be able to do it. Couldn't do that, could I? Anymore? I get like 6 hours of sleep now, and I'm like, I don't want to wake up. I'm gonna need a fizzy drink if I want to do anything. What was my German grade? I got a C in German. Which is pretty good. Used to wake up around 2 hours before the first period. It took 10 minutes to get back to yeah. Yeah, it's wild. What's that? Barely passing? No. The school system has poisoned your mind. A C is not a pass. A E is a pass. If you have a graded letter that is not an F, you have passed your exam. A C is what typically higher education will want for you to have in order to be able to progress to higher education. If you get an E, you have passed your subject. That's not how it works for you. If you have a letter, you passed. Unless that letter is an F or a U in English. An F means you failed. A U means that it didn't even get graded. You need a 5.5 here to pass, so we round up from a 5, so you get a 6, which is passing. Yeah, see, I don't know how that would translate on a numerical scale for us. 1's the best, 6 is the worst. You need at least a 4 to consider it a pass. Yeah, see, stuff works differently in different countries, right? Welcome back again, Hero. Cool. I'm officially out of healing. Also, I genuinely don't know how I got a pass in German, by the way, Chisel. Thought about being basically fluent. All of my practice exams came out and were horrible, horrible failures. Like, I think the highest mark I ever got on a practice exam was a D. And I got a C on my written. We don't get marked on attendance in this country. Attendance does not equate for part of... You realize I'm talking about secondary school, right? This isn't America. This isn't American uni. You guys get marked on attendance? In Germany? Okay, so that means you get marked on attendance in Germany. That's bullshit, man. If you don't show up to a single lesson but ace your exam, you should not be penalized. If you make it worse, you get marked on your attendance. If you lose points, you are being marked. A dock of -1 points is exactly the same as a +1. Because they cancel each other out. You are being marked on turning up. That's bullshit, man. And you'll get confused by which level of education we're talking about. We're talking about secondary school. I've mentioned that twice now. Secondary school. From the ages of 11 to 16. If you're there, it's neutral on how you work, and the hour decides your grade for the hour. If you're on sick leave or something, it stays neutral, but if you're on leave without excuse, it's the worst it can be. That's just weird to me, man. I mean, if you don't have one large test, then, like, yeah, fair, but if you are able to prove that you have all of the knowledge without attending a single lesson, why do you need to be in the lessons? Because you, like, clearly don't, right? School systems are bullshit like that anyway, so hey. One of your older brothers abused the French school system, went to one exam in the year and graduated the maximum grade possible because he didn't attend any of the other exams. Now that is not good. It's your duty to be there. It's like disciplinary education in a sense. But what if you're being homeschooled? What if education in a classroom is a bad type of education for you? You legally have to be in school in the UK as well. But you are not docked examination points for not turning up. That's a different thing of its own. But you are forced into into education. You have to go to school, even if you, like, learn it all outside of lesson, you have to turn up anyway. And just sit there and waste like 8 hours of your day. Even if you know it all. And you could be the rudest, most arsehole-less kid ever, and it doesn't matter, right? For turning up and for doing the work, you get maximum marks. It doesn't discipline you whatsoever. You could be a giant dickhead. Unless they take away points for behavior as well. Passing grades don't get you into universities and stuff, though. Hey, Linkling, welcome. Hey, got it. Education's kind of fucked, man. In every country. It's not just Germany. It's just, obviously, we're talking about German education right now, right? It's a lot worse than other countries. They do take pad points for other behavior as well. They do. You have behavior points, but not with others, as if we're nice to teachers and stuff. Wait. Specifically only to teachers, will they dock it if you, like, you know, beat up another kid? Okay. I mean, I gotta be honest, it sounds a little bit authoritarian. I know that's probably not great to say about, like, German school systems, but like, kids are gonna be shitheads, no? You should not, like, you should obviously try and teach them to be better and, like, don't do bad things. But a lot of children do their learning at that point in time and are just giant pricks. That's a really authoritarian system. You have to show up. It's like social credit. Your school system is social credit. You was a giant prick in school, it's you, yeah. I wasn't the best, but I wasn't the worst. To be fair, it doesn't have the biggest influence. I mean, it does if you ever want to go on to something future in your life, right? I don't know how it works for you guys, but at least maybe your further education is different. In England, so I wanted to go to, we have secondary school, and then we have college. Secondary school is 11 to 16, college is 17 and 18, and then after college you go on to uni. If you want to go to uni, you have to do secondary, then college, then uni, in order to get enough points to do uni. All of your grades are worth, like, a certain amount of points and shit. It's weird. I don't understand it because I never went to uni, and I quit college because it was sucking my life. I think they're called UCAS points. If, when you are going to college, you do not meet minimum grade requirements, they will not take you. So if you lose 50% of your mark, they won't have you in there. They just won't take you at college, which means you can't get to uni. So it does matter, right? It doesn't matter for, like, secondary education, but, like, you're fucked. It doesn't have the biggest influence. It's mostly like 10 to 15%. Okay. Omro said 50, but Omro said 50% social credit, and I was like, if that's half your score, you're boned. Every day you get a grade for engagement in class. Being a dick gets you shit grades. Not showing up raising you get shit grades. Being up kids get shit grades. Equals your parents. Yeah. Like obviously you should penalize children for bullying and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too far in the future. That seems like a very bad system for people that don't do well with an environment where they're constantly surrounded by other kids. To me. Like, they're fucked. You get overstimulated by noise, you're done. Right? Like, you're gonna get so many bad marks because you're gonna lose your shit. And it's not even your fault. Current school system is fucked beyond belief. That is true in this country as well. I'm not gonna pretend like that's not a problem in the UK, by the way. French Fad 1 for multiplayer, if you want to join for multiplayer. As long as it is in G1 star, all gear is good to go. French Fad #1 for multiplayer. Unpin manually at the end of the stream. Unpin manually at the end of the stream. Close that shit. Tell the politicians that would have to renovate the area from the ground up. Yeah, politicians don't like doing stuff that costs money. Which, like, is fair to an extent. Also, like, if you keep putting it off, it's just gonna cost more money. I don't think they realize that bit. I do need a Durambolite. I don't know what I need for this chest piece. Oh wait, no I do. So mostly I just need a whole bunch more marbled humps. However I get those. I do need a pure crystal. Where do I get a pure crystal from? If someone with ping stacks would kindly let me know where pure crystals are located, that would be wondrous. Just go deaf? That comes with a whole host of other problems, I think, hero. Don't care spending money, it's easy. They don't like the work it takes to make it right. Bar off right now? Hmm? I was gonna do another rusted Drambros. The next election cycle already happened. Who knows if you're still in power then? So it's really not much of a you problem when it costs future money. I suppose, yeah, true. It's very short-sighted though, right? G-rank mine. Yeah, right. Come bro. Commy. You know I've got thousands of hours in this franchise. Don't hit me with that low ball, dude. Come on. Someone would give them a number and say, pay this, you have the best school system in the world. They'd pay it. But since it'd be their job to plan it and work it, they don't bother. Possibly. Possibly. You know one thing that is good, actually, that British schools are doing that I learned the other day? British Sign Language is being added to the curriculum. That's amazing. That's really cool. I kind of wish I could go back to school just to learn that. And then quit again, because I hated it. You survived the ads. Well done, hero. Well done. They are an unfortunately evil necessity. The adverts. Did not hear the feeling. The adverts don't typically tend to give you a healing feeling, though. In fact, I would often say they do the complete opposite. Nice. Very nice. Gotta get that back break. Good shits. Good amount of damage there. Marbled hump from the shiny. Delightful. Exactly what I need. I don't know if this counts towards the tail break, but hopefully it does. Sharpness is terrible. Of course. You don't think you've ever seen Durambros soaring majestically through the air before he falls? Always look up. It's an amusing sight. What is this? Quality hump found on selected Durambros. Can't believe research. Possible delicacy. The Rambolite, I'm pretty sure, just comes as a rare drop from either Durambros. But I should also check that as well. Because that could screw me over. Opening up Karanika on a new tab right now, just to be prepared. Good, good. I think the ice biomes, so the tundra, sorry, tends to be a pretty good location for finding pure crystals. It's how it works in 4U, I'm pretty sure. To check it, you think there's some trickery afoot with that? Really? Like, I'd have to fight normal Durambros as well. You think the school system we would need should work like a sieve? All the possible talents and groups of professionals. As time goes on, the sieve gets finer and finer. Slowly, children get to push what they're good at or what they're interested in. Then every child gets the same education regardless of talents or affinity. It's truly dumb considering how everyone likes to point out how different and unique everyone is. Yeah, exactly. I think it would be incredibly expensive to do it that way. But that would definitely sounds like a good idealized version of education system for sure. The thing I do get, about the only bit that I do like about it, I do think it is really good that everyone gets a basic level of, like, English, maths, science. IT is now a thing, right? Information and communication technology, ICT. So in German, it would be German, maths, and science. Like, your native language. Is that ivory laggy weapon even allowed? If it's not upgraded to thingy, yep, then yeah. It could be a high rank one. Couldn't you mine them? Durambolite? Can you? If you can, that's news to me. You might be able to mine them from his tail. That's a thing also. Yeah, no, high rank does exist. Ivory was in high rank, so. Right, Hornbreak. Just to get this as well. I don't necessarily consider, like, wishing for education systems to be better a political run. Personally. Saying politicians, like, refuse to do anything because they're all lazy, that's a bit of a political run, but... Talking about ways the school system could be improved is just, like, generally... like, wishing for a better life for future generations, essentially, right? Great example in my personal case. Throughout all of primary school and 4 of my 5 years at secondary school, I was considered for the longest time to just have shitty handwriting. Shitty handwriting to the point where literally people trained to read bad handwriting couldn't read my bad handwriting. There's clearly a failing in the school system there, right? So to wish for that to be better, it's not, like, political in any way, shape, or form. Now that's being political, Jebro. Did I need this? I don't know. I think I might have needed that like 3 ranks ago. Oh no, I needed big fin, not giant fin. Is what I needed. Our Taroff just ruined my thing. Father of your boss complained about your handwriting last Monday as well. It's such a hilarious, like, little nugget for me specifically. I got told throughout all of my schooling and all this shit, like, your handwriting has to be really important. Like, it's really important you can handwrite well. It's essentially irrelevant. In a mostly, like, modern society, it basically doesn't matter. Your friends and teachers have been complaining about your handwriting for years. You won't always have a calculator in your pocket? Yeah, exactly. Not only will I always have a calculator in my pocket, I'll always have a scientific calculator in my pocket. It's also why politically no one gives a shit about children. It's kind of public outcry. Things go really wrong. You need to absolute minuscule amount to keep that in check. Outside that, no one cares. I think the whole no one cares thing is a bunch of bollocks, personally. Anytime anyone ends a sentence on but no one cares, tons of people care. They're just not heard. Or they don't have the space or the belief to voice their, like, opinions, right? No, it's Meld Spa you get from that. I was thinking I could do a Kurapeka quest, but you get Meld Spa from its little claws. Deserted Island, Flooded Forest. Tundra has the most individual spots, with the mining spots being able to get pure crystals specifically. Volcano Misty Peak. So I really want to be mining in the Tundra and in the Flooded Forest. Cool. Vast majority human. Knowledge that the entirety of humanity was acquired. Yup. For better or for worse. Politics, you mean? Nobody cares about in politics. It's the farmers, the elderly, and the middle class are the ones who actually get you re-elected. I'm not necessarily a massive fan of how politicians are myself. I know a lot of them aren't, like, very good. And, like, forgive my lack of understanding of the world. Surely if you improve things in a schooling situation, that does net you some level of approval and voting from parents, right? Who are a very large demographic in all three of those individuals. Like, farmers will have children. Middle class will have children. Elderly children are maybe a little bit too, you know. They're grown up enough that they're not going to be like, oh, the kids, necessarily. Keeping the status quo is beneficial to some. Keeping education shitty is beneficial to some parents. I mean, like, I guess. If they're abusive. Benefits outweigh the annoyances of not improving the education system. I don't know how that could ever be logicked into view for me. I don't know how you could ever try and justify making your future generations have better access to, like, individualized intelligence so they can more appropriately utilize what they need for, like, lots of careers to improve across your entire country, right? Don't make any sense. The schoolings remain the same for decades. While we have been getting better and better, right, over time, I don't... I can't think of a way to say this that isn't incredibly rude. In the last 10, 20 years, I hope, and at least it's been impeached onto me by individuals, right? That we are in a situation with our planet and with our future, in many different senses, that we can no longer just think about what happens right in this moment. We have to think about the future. Your quest, Comrade. And while it is not the case for everyone, because there is lots of individuals who stand out amongst the crowd, I would say it is relatively typical that those who are mostly the ones currently in charge of political dealings are a little bit more advanced in age. Not necessarily, like, really old, but are, like, let's say low 40s to kind of, like, maybe mid 60s or so. I don't know the age of the average politician. Complete stab in the dark. Their thinking might be a little bit more antiquated. Where it's very apparent, at least to me, and at least to a lot of other people my age, that shit, like, won't work if we just stay the course anymore, right? But I think it's very typical in elderly people and people older that, and it's like, it's kind of a rude thing to say, but they have this mentality of, like, back in my day, right? And we'll probably be the same. Because that's how it works. But, like, back in my day does not work in politics right now. Because we can't be backing in my daying. I mean, it does work right now, but it doesn't work for, like, the people who are younger than us. And potentially even us, because, you know. I don't want the summer in the UK to be... How hot was it? 40-something degrees? 42, 44 degrees? I mean, this is my exact point, Comero. The reason why, like, stuff like that has stagnated is because the people who are in power are not the ones who are like, we need to make shit work for the future. They're the ones who are like, it's fine as it is. Because I can see from, like, you know, just people who are like 20, 30 years older than I am. They don't seem to, like, seriously clock, even after they've heard about it throughout their life, but because it wasn't necessarily as much of a apparent and talked about problem when they were younger, they don't seem to clock how much of a problem stuff like climate change and lack of being able to speak and all that stuff is. So they don't bother trying to fix stuff like education. Because it doesn't matter if, like, let's say 25% of them are all like, we need to do this shit. It's the majority, right? That's how voting works. That's how democracy works. It's the majority consensus. We can't afford to not think about the future, but we will. I hope we don't. Because I think this, like, grand conception of, like, the future, it will only affect our the generations beneath us is, like, not true anymore, right? Like, it's not true. The problem isn't in 70 years' time when our kids have to deal with it. It's like now. It's fucked now. The weather can tell you that. We still have a good 20 to 30 years. That's our lifetimes. The majority of people who are 40 right now are still going to be around in 30 years. Right? They'll still be kicking. They're going to be older, but they'll still be kicking. Like, it's their problem. What's if you're acid rain? Acid rain sucks. That's a real thing, yeah. It's not acid in the sense of, like, hydrochloric acid. But it is acidic. As in, like, if components that are being released into the air that are not good for the environment are long enough, it will cause, like concrete and statues and stuff to degrade and, like, slowly, like, more rapidly than they should fall apart, basically. We fixed it from the 90s to the early 2000s. We stopped fixing other things, yeah. I don't know if I should consider myself like a common layman. But I think even like the average individual knows about a lot of issues that should be fixed right now. Maybe more so. I obviously can't speak. I wasn't around when I was younger. I was non-existent when the world was slightly younger. I wasn't there. Yeah, can't do anything about that. Ran out of stamina. I cannot block 3 attacks in a row. I just do not have the strength for that. I'm a little weak boy. Oh, good night clicks. Oh, I should search Durambolite. Please, Tyrannico. I don't have a max potion. Honestly, thinking about downloading ping stacks just due to the fact that Tyrannico keeps being a really laggy piece of shit. Even though it never used to. Rust Rambaros. It's a 3% body carve, 3% tail mine, 2% tail carve, and a 4% capture. So only the tail cut is important. Does block stamina have something to do with your defensive stat, or does monster attack show a certain amount of block skills? It's block skills. Awesome. It's entirely block skill based. I think different... The amount of damage the monster does is maybe more important than the amount of defense you have, but I don't know about that bit. Block skills are the, like, most important bit of information, though. Combined with what rank you're in. It's also, like, it's a really bad chance to get Durambolite, actually. Oh yeah, Shizzle? Nice. Have fun. Are you enjoying it at the moment? I don't think monsters can have higher attack for certain quests, Orson. Some parts yes, other parts no. Boss fights yes, everything else no. By any chance? Oh, landscapes as well, I guess. Like, the game is very pretty. That actually hit me. Apparently heading to the final area of Salt and Sacrifice. Oh, nice. Good luck. Good luck, good luck. Boss fights, yeah, you like it when there's areas that work a bit like the areas of DS3. Like the Scholar area of Liurnia. Right. Game's just obnoxious sometimes. That was my issue with Sultan Sanctuary that pushed me off of it, unfortunately. The moments where it just felt like it was being too obnoxious. So like running around and finding shit to do, yeah. The open world is an issue. You got a movement ability, feels like it doesn't work half the time. Oh. That sucks. You would die because of it? Wait, what? Okay, that's really dumb. You hope the open world of Dragon's Dogma 2 will be better, more compact. Yeah, they have unfortunately said that the open world is 4 times as large as Dragon's Dogma 1. But Dragon's Dogma 1 was pretty small. So hopefully that's not an issue. Instant shut itself? Ah, oh, that sucks. You wish the open world was less open. Yeah, Jebro. You've got a capper after that statement, but that's exactly what me and Chisel want. We don't mind an open world where the open world suits the purpose of the game. But when it feels like it's there just to run in to waste your time and there's nothing to really see, there's no point. You can sell scope of a world without having to rely on making your game world take, you know, 10 to 20 hours to run around one of the 18 areas. It's unnecessary. Yeah, good. Don't give me any of them. I'm still completely blank out on news. It's funny spelled out, yeah. It's fatiguing though, right? It's nice to have like a really big world you can dive your way into and like really rigorously explore and find every nook and cranny and like find stuff that potentially people have never found before because the world is just ridiculously large. But like every single game you play being like that is exhausting. Quickly exhausting. Just can't do it, right? It's just not reasonable. Just ain't reasonable. Give me a quote that doesn't reveal anything about the game. Sure. Oh yeah, I've already seen that one. Yep. Too many devs caught up in the open game world trend and make their games big but also rather empty. Yeah. You know what it's really similar to? And really reminds me of? When zombies were a really big thing for a while. And there was a whole bunch of games that just put zombies in them all over the place. Without any understanding of what made the zombies interesting or fun at all. It was just like, zombies! Ooh, zombie game! And it's like, this game is shit. And it's like, but it's got zombies in it. And it's like, no. It's not a good fun game. Red Dead DLC? Hey, I take offense to that. The Red Dead DLC was one of, like, I played more of that DLC than I played of normal Red Dead Redemption. I honestly thought that was more fun than the actual game itself. Felt off? It wasn't very in line with normal Red Dead, no. It's very true. We're honestly really curious what the next archetype's gonna be after nobody wants open world anymore. I hope we're getting there. For the love of fucking God. I hope we're getting there. Stop keeping the topic interesting. And then Chisel lurks. Enjoy your lurk, Chisel. I loved that DLC, man. Yeah, it feels like a lot of people are chucking open world on everything just to be open world. You think we're arriving there? Good. I've been waiting to arrive there since Breath of the Wild came out. Which was like, what, 7 years ago? I'm so tired of open world. I'm so tired. You waited to arrive there since Horizon, which you never played. Horizon? I don't think I've even heard that. Oh, Zero Dawn? How long did the last FPS archetype last? What, Battle Royales? Was that the last archetype? I don't know, when did the mod get made that put them into whatever game it was that it put him into? Oh, first-person shooters? In general? Oh god, I have no idea. I wasn't even actively paying enough conscious effort to games when that came around. I got a Durabolite! Basically, but now we added a gun era. Yeah, I didn't know that. Most Battle Royales aren't FPSs, technically. Yeah, true, they do. They do have a lot of different shit going on there. I think I was either too young for that or I was a child, so I didn't realize that it was, like, a thing. To be honest. Duramboros. After Rathalos 3 being free, high rank Durambolite was your longest grind. Lucky 3 was awful, but at least you always had a good luck charm. There's something wonderfully twisted about having horrible luck and always having a good luck charm. That is top notch. Abandon to conserve potions before you triple cart on a 1-cart quest. Not even taken the second cart yet. Yeah, that was talking about last quest though. General. They're worth more than that material I got than the Durambolite, yeah, than this. The legendary gem produced inside Duramboros' body. Basically worthless. Wee. Also did occur to me the other day, by the way, Eugene. The challenge run that you've put in for Terraria of drops only, isn't that going to take a horrendous amount of time? Like, a disgusting amount of time. Your multitasking is your cooking and the information you retain to go from the stream are mediocre. Fair enough. My cooking's mediocre even if I pay full attention to it. That's what I learned today and the other day. To be fair, I cook incredibly infrequently, but it just doesn't taste like anything. I made food. That's it. I made food. It is edible. Add garlic? I don't have any garlic. How edible? I mean, I ate all of it. It was cooked fine. Like, it was all fine. But it was thoroughly meh. It depends. We can loosen the screws a bit. I'm not worried about that bit usually necessarily. I just, when I was thinking about it the other day, because it popped back into my mind, I was like, damn, that might take a really long time. The cutscenes are winning. Oh no, hero. See, there's your problem. I mean, I can't put garlic into literally everything, can I? You put garlic into a salmon dish? We're into like, would you put garlic in? Rice? With chicken, yeah, fair. Like if you're doing a little bit of steamed, the way I did oven baked chicken. Like you can put that, some garlic in there, but into rice? That seems unappealing. I wonder how much more stuff I need at this point. Into cake? Garlic goes in everything, including your shoes. I don't want garlic in my shoes. Why would I put garlic in my shoes? My feet aren't that stinky. It's gonna take a lot longer if I get rewards like that. Yeesh. Yeesh. 4 in the first row, 3 in the second row. Half of those drops being bones. Woofa doofa. This was a lance from N10, by the way. This one, the one that I'm using right now. Didn't say it, but that is what was this. What was this? What this was? Hello, Nina. Who's this impersonator? You're not Huckster. Where is your beard? It is in the system. Currently probably being taken to some sort of water filtration plant. It's gone. I got rid of it. I still have some stuff, but the actual beard itself has been slaughtered. It was getting a little bit too long. And I know that because I kept biting it. I know when it's getting too long because it starts to cover my lip and then I keep nibbling it because it's on my lip. And I'm like, because it's making my lip itch. And I thoroughly understand as a human being the amount of effort that I have in order to do maintenance. There's none. So I decide every time, I let my beard get a little too long, and then I let it get even longer until it starts to really annoy me. And then I scorched earth it. I now have the vibe of Hugster from grade 12B. Do you want me to actually make that happen? I don't think you do. I look like a 4-year-old. We should not do that. You weren't involved in this conversation, Mace. I don't care, I am now. No. Not allowed. Refused. Denied. Rejected. Also need normal Duramboros. I only need Rust. I don't know about Koboro. I only need Rusted Duramboros, that's all. More rust shells, yeah. I need 1 pure crystal. I need 1 pure crystal. A whole bunch of rusted Duramboros shells. I need normal Rathion Surspike and a whole bunch of pieces. I'm doing a Rathion right now, Eugene. The quest I posted is a Rathion. I need a pure crystal. I already said that. And Baroth bits. That's it. What is your quest? You can post essentially whatever you want. As long as it's not, Nibble Snuff. Whatever this says. Jade Baroth. And then a quest which is Baroth plus, I think, or Barry off plus something. You can post most things in this tier. Oh, I suppose it would be your quest, actually, wouldn't it? Because you just got booted out of the last one. You weren't not part of the rotation. Yeah, I posted the Rathian. I posted 1 Rathian, if you're fine with that, instead of 3 Rathians. I don't have a free Rathian quest, I don't think. Secret area in the Sandy Plains is pure crystals? Yeah. You don't have it finished? We can do that, sure. I can check to see if I've got it. Oh, I actually seemingly have all of them. Oh, no. No, I don't. I only had that many. You coming, Eugene? $23 in total. It's so many. It's way too many. This will probably, like, providing I get some good tail cuts going here, give me all of the shit I need for my Rathian Gun Lance upgrades, which will be nice. Very good, very good. Oh, that says Russ Duran. That's what that says. Jade Baroth, Noble Staff, and Barryoff plus whatever it is on the Barryoff plus quest. Okay, cool. Should be good. Should be good. I know, Komaro. I've got it open because I tried to ask before and You said mine. I know that bit. There is no mining spot in Area 8. At all. I think Area 10 is this one. Is Area 10 or is this Area 11? It's Area 11. Is this Area 10? Never learned the area numbers, and it really fucks me over sometimes. This is Area 10. Where the fucking hell is the mining spot in here? There's mining spots in this area? Ah? What do you mean? Not above ground, there isn't. Oh look, there's one over there. Cool. Neat. Oh, there's one down there as well. Learn something new every day. It's probably just these blue spots that have a chance to give me pure crystals, unfortunately. And if I just keep getting out of crystals, that's not gonna happen. Iron ore. There's a high rank ore. One piece of high rank and 4 pieces of low rank ore from a blue spot. Man, sometimes 3U makes me want to strangle it. That's terrible. Have I ever mined in this area? I don't know if I have. That's so weird. I'm gonna guess that's all the mining spots. Just like on the walls down here. And I did not get lucky. And that's alright. Alright, take me up to the actual action instead of the fruitless mining. Tundra's gonna be the best one, unfortunately. It just doesn't happen to be anything I actually want in the Tundra. I also should have ate for Explorer, and I kind of forgot to do that. She's injured. Literally just arrived here. She's nearly dead. These guys have been fucking her up. Watch you? What? Getting an egg? Okay. Congratulations on gathering the floor. There was an ore node and it despawned. Good. You deserve it. Raffian, what is this? 2 shards, 2 carapace. Man. It is not my day, huh? I thought that bone was a mining spot. It was not. Mining nodes exist in this area? I know they exist in this area. There just wasn't any for me. When I ran through here first time round. I just didn't get any. I didn't know they existed in Area 10, not Area 8. I don't think I genuinely don't know if I've ever mined in Area 10 before this point in my entire life. A little bit of knowledge I did not have. Monster broth? Nah. You didn't know that existed either? Yeah. I genuinely thought underwater nodes as like a gameplay concept were introduced in the Flooded Forest. And that's why Pelagiasite was there. Because it was like an ore that only forms in particularly wet places or underwater. I genuinely, like, literally thought that was why it existed. And only there. But I guess not. Also, one of the ways you can get pure crystals in this game is Event 7 Attack on Titan Training Core exercise. It's a 10% chance. In Reward 01, presumably. You can also mine it from G. Genmaran's back, according to Kranico, with a 0% chance that you get what you want. Huh? I feel like if it's a 0%, you probably could have left that little bit of information not in there, right? That could have stayed out. That would have been fine. Oh, nice. Right as she roared. Well, I don't have my Sir Spike, which I definitely need. Pingstex says it's 14%. God, is G rank Gen Moran my best way to get a fucking thing here? Because that sucks. Cortex instead of a Carapace, which I've carved 2 of. Wonderful. The Journey Core? I don't know what they're called, but I don't think it was the Journey Core. It sounds kind of funny. Funky. Scouts, that's it. Don't know where that came from. One of those things where your brain just grabs the fucking word. Oh yeah, fuck it, that's good enough. All good. How many Rafts are there? This is a triple Rathian quest. So this is the last one. Thankfully, just free. Trying to think of the first weapon I used against Dire Morales on stream. A Medulla? I mean, I'll take it, I guess, instead of the Carbolite. The Survey Corps. That's what they're called. The Scouts Regiment, the Survey Corps. Thank you, Brian. I was back to thinking about pure crystals, but cheers. I guess. Oops. I did get really lucky with the Banabras. Actually, the Altaroth stomachs. The prize stomachs. I shouldn't complain about bad luck on stuff at the moment. I got incredibly lucky. I carved 3 of them in a row. And they're small monsters, so they really could have wasted my time. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Right, that was Eugene's quest, right? So, back to me. Because I forgot the rotation for a moment. Because I'm a dummy. No Sir Spike from tail cuts. Not good. Yeah, you are. Wow. Only I'm allowed to call me a dummy. Don't be me. Don't be me. Eugene. Hurt my feelings. That might be a Sir Spike. Just gonna finish this message to my partner. You, yeah, you. That's who I'm messaging. You got 7 shards, nice. You got 2 plus spikes and 1 Sir, nice. I only needed 1 Sir spike. I did my beard way too short, did I? I did it on a free. Because it was the one that was in there, and then I just slapped it to the minimum. Is it not acceptable, my dear? Okay, that upgrade will not happen. This weapon is maxed. Don't know, like a 5 or a 6? Oh, shit. That is a wee bit short then, eh? Your quest... Oh, no, my quest, sorry. Let's do a Plesioth, I guess. The next one in the queue was a whatever I want it to be from Jordan, so I'm going to do this. What happened to the Durambros wax? Grind. Ramhard. I can't remember what I needed to get, but the game just didn't give it to me for so long that I got pissed off, gave up, and went down a different path. So now we have a Plesioth wax instead. It was just really frustrating. And I just went, no! After a bit. I guess be happy I didn't shave it completely. Because that thought did cross my mind for a brief moment today. I was like, it's been a really long time since I fully shaved my beard. Should I do that? And then immediately just went, no. No, I shouldn't. Not like this. Is it that bad? Do I have to have a long beard for the rest of my life now? Is that what's happening? Will not be freshly shaven anymore? Medium length? Oh. Ugh. Practically deaf. Every so often you shave your beard off fully to confuse your partner, Ramhard. Good. Good. Yes. Good. Kill them. Kill them now. I've definitely done that. No! Now do it with your head. That would be... No, because this would be, like, really annoying. Right? Like, the headphone strap would make, like... Oh. Blech. No, I need no, I just want to do the one, I think, Eugene. He'll go bald anyway. It's coming for you one day. I have my mother's hairline, actually, so I probably won't. What? Thank you? Oh, so I can make pitfall traps? Appreciate it. Look at those luscious locks. I can't do the hair flip. There you go. Get it out my goddamn face now that I've got it like that. It's not quite long enough for that. Blacky ass? I mean, nothing wrong with being bald. Ain't nothing wrong with being bold. Am I being given spiderweb now? No, I'm being given poop. Thank you for handing me your shit, Komaro. Again. Print them onto stickers, stick them on your phone. I remember when he had this beard. Times were better back then. It was more beard. Less child. Do you want me to tell you what you get at all of the level ups, Eugene? Because I've got the page open. If you just want to know. Nope. Oh, Lucent. Earlier than I thought it was. Jesus. Only 60? 60 is... the Sea Shakers. It is a quad multi-quest with Ludroth, Gobel, Plesioth, and Lagiacrus. Cool, whatever. Yeah, basically. It's technically a quest that you unlock in this game. Also, triple gunlance quest. But hey. You'll be in there with status attack too, so yeah, he won't not be poisoned. Good. Good. Stupid Fish did the whole on-land jumping animation and failed? That is fan-fucking-tastic. Good. Appropriate for Green Plesio. Specifically, can we get a head break as the most important thing for me, please? Is there a Dragonator over there that I've never noticed until just now? Oh, look at that. Anyway. I have literally never seen that until this moment. I do not look around enough, apparently. Observation -1. Man, I was so close to landing those attacks. Really good flinch, though. I have white sharpness. Oh. Oh. I was gonna say I put all of my stat points into people watching, but that sounds kind of creepy instead of, like, what I intended. People watching. Swim. Good. It would have been quicker, but I already turned my camera angle like that to just dodge backwards twice, but hey. Because I would have dodged upwards because of the camera angle. I didn't get hit. It was just dumb. I did not realize there was little Dragonator type holes there. It's cool. Cool. One Earth Crystal and literally every other mine from that mining spot was a Whetstone. Delightful. Thank you, mining spot. For giving me nothing of value. Okay, I forgot how much green plus off hurts. Need immediate medical assistance. Help me. I'm fine. Christ. That Duramboros armor would be really good right now. As it turns out, the upgrades to all of your village stuff that increases your food ingredients, also very helpful. Something I will definitely have to try to remember to put more emphasis on the next run through. I should really get those, like, villager requests filled in that give you extra upgrades. So handy. No, I'm not playing Lance. I tried to Lance advance because I did it for so many quests in a row. I just realized that Oni's the next one in the queue and it says Insect Glaive. Let me give those points back to Oni. That ain't right. Oni was trolling me again. That's gonna hit me, right? Yep. Somehow knocked me up. Okay. I've got one from General from 5 days ago. And then we're actually on to requests from today. And since basically everything in the entire queue is Mace at this point, I think I'm actually relatively alright to unpause this. Everything's either Mace or Leo. And there's like 2 N10s in there. I'm alright to allow that to be open again. Mace is used to getting points refunded whenever we finish the game at this point. Why you gotta make it more annoying, Mace? It's like a little bank. Except the bank gets frustrated that you've got money in it. They don't tend to do that. Hello, Harem Protag through life. Is that, some hopeful nominative determinism, or is that a username given to yourself because it actually happened? Dude. Are you willing it into existence, or, it's a life motto? Okay, okay, okay. Fair. Oh. Sorry, Cobro. How you doing? I forgot me and Eugene are using the same gun lance as well. Until I saw it just at this moment. That's cute. Not only will it definitely be poisoned, it's gonna really hate Rathians. Until it dies. Traumatized every time it sees a Rathian gun lance. Nice one. Beat the hell out of the fish. Flint, Limpy? Limpy. I should sharpen. And then I actually want to check to see if there's any mining in this area. Which it looks like there is, because that was where the blue spot was previously. Nothing over here, cool. That is not a blue spot, which I'm just going to take the assumption means it's not going to be what I want, because why would it be? I need a rare drop. It's never a blue, it's never a purple spot. It's only the blueies. Hyper Plesiov farming made you resilient to ground Plesiov. That will do that, yeah. I genuinely think just the knowledge alone, by the way, that he's gonna go back into the water at some point and he's not gonna be on land. It really helps this fight be way less annoying. Just in the back of your mind, like, he's gonna go back into the water and the fight will be nice again. Instantly, it's enough to just a little bit of good feel in the mouth. Hey, horror protagonist, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the G rank shenanigans. Murder. Carve 4 shards. That's kind of a bummer. I can't remember what I need other than fangs. I know I need like 3 or 4 fangs. Then I think I might have only needed like 1 fin and stuff. So, not that much. Oh, hell. Oh, there's 2 fangs. Uber Plesiov head. I don't know if I needed any of those. Large Wyvern Stone. I already got that. Unless you mean you got one. I got that from like my very first carve. Or something. Ludicrous. Oh, fellow HR6. Hello. Hello. Full go ball, swanky. I like that. I like it. Comro, that makes it to your quest. Oh. I needed the fins, so all I need is the fangs. That's it. Just the fangs. For you rocks, you love it. For you, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, I need 10 more, Comro. Not 11. You need 1 more than me, shell-wise. I need 2 marbled humps, a Duramboros plate, and that's it. $100 million question. Which weapon do you main? With absolute certainty in my heart, and a full pride in being able to say that I do, dual blades. What a weird way to spell Lance. Dual blades. I am a fan of Lance. Lance is particularly enjoyable in 3rd and 4th generation. For me. It's quite enjoyable in World as well, but the enjoyment of how it's enjoyable is so different to the way it's enjoyable in 3rd and 4th gen. I'm a big fan of Lance, though. Don't mind a little bit of Lance. I don't know. Much better. Could I take it for that you are a Lance fan? Our protagonist? I didn't eat for Explorer. God damn it. I'm too used to eating for bloody weakener to make the quest slightly quicker. Oh well. It'll be alright. The Lance is your harem. Do you have a harem of Lances? Every Lance in the game. All built at once. Oh, what? Come on. Something from a few quests ago? Oh god. Journey Corps, Survey Corps, all the same. I think there's a little bit of a connotational difference between Journey and Survey. But honestly, it's close enough for me. I don't really care. It just popped back into my brain. I was like, oh, that's what it is. Oh, I'm mudded. So why am I attacking? Honestly, the best reason to break the tail off is just not to deal with that crap. I guess that's the core difference of Rust Duramboros to normal Duramboros. It has that mechanic. What's it called? Mudded? Trapped in sand? That shit. It's a core difference, right? Kind of it. He's not the best subspecies, unfortunately. Defense boost large is pretty damn nice for me, thank you. Give me this. Not the marbled hump that I want. We probably have to do at least 2 of these anyway. Komaro's running into the voids. Eugene's standing dead still. Snoopjack is running into the voids. Connection to room loss, yep. I'm still in here, weirdly enough. Let me leave of my own volition. Before I'm violently kicked. This does not surprise me, Mace. Tomoro managed to get back in there at least. I need to rehost the Citra lobby as well, because issues. It's day one. This does not surprise me. Did you have it pre-ordered or did you get it as soon as you woke up? Fast travel to Multi-Marina. Preloaded? Yeah, so you woke up, you started playing it. Maybe had some breakfast or something first. Stop playing it to eat at lunch. If even. Stop playing it to have dinner. Got kicked again? Okay. I think this is probably a sign that I'm gonna be, Why is it not kicking me? I'm probably going to be left alone. Why am I safe? Yeah, we'll try number 2, sure. Try French fad number 2 instead. I will unpin this message. Don't fuck us, Citra. Like, come on. Just let us have one nice long farming session where stuff goes right. People get what they want. Even like we don't even need what we want. Just let's play the damn game together. For fuck's sake. It mistook the gun lance on my back for a lance. I don't think that would stop Citra. Nothing stops Citra. It doesn't have any respect for anyone. Alexa play Boulevard of Broken Dreams again. I always get scared that when I say stuff that starts with Alexa out loud that someone might actually have one. And then I've just made something happen somewhere. I saw a stream where someone was sleeping and had emote, like had the Alexa on. It was just a clip of a stream. And the chat had access to TTS on a volume loud enough to trigger the Alexa. And, you know, there was just a lot of people, like, play irritating music while this person's trying to sleep. And then someone just put Alexa... Probably not listening to me anymore at that point. Add iPhone. I add the most recent iPhone to cart, and the person was just like, no! I think this isn't gonna happen. Pretty sure either Komuro has disconnected or I'm in the void right now. There we go. Oh, fuck a ducker. You know, there's not much stuff in Monster Hunter that I really would not want to farm solo. Rust Duramboros is up there. Title's somewhat self-explanatory. Am I going to do the story? It's actually what I've been doing up until, like, incredibly recently on the stream. It's the story, for most part. I did a whole bunch of progression. I did about 60% of the key quests in high rank. In G rank, sorry. Just gonna check. If I do this, where does it put me? I need more money. Rust or Ambrose is very high on the list of do not want to farm, yeah. Take too long. 41 Legiacra scales? Yes, please. Sell 31 of those. These, sell 9. That's not enough money. Do not sell any Duramboros bits, dummy. It's passed the fuck you test so far. Did it pass the table test? The table test is the most important one. If it passes the table test, it usually works. That's what you're saying? Okay, the fuck you test is the table test, okay. The fuck you test is usually, for me, it's when you run in, and as soon as you run into the lobby, it just disconnects you. Because there's nothing more disrespectful than it letting you connect, running halfway in, and then just DCing you. What's the best higher rank armor set in GU? Uninstalling the game. I genuinely don't know. You touched the table? Oh my god. What do you mean, mate? GU's kind of fun. I don't know armor sets. I'm the wrong person to ask for meta stuff, so unless anyone in chat can help. I don't do meta. And people don't like it if you give the answer of the one that you choose to build. GU full sets kind of suck. Yeah, they do. Right, I think this is a solid give up and just do single player right now. Thank you, Eugene Komaro. And Shibbity Wibbity, I can't remember the name. The person who tried to join. I am gonna go on a quest to kill just a single Baroth. Potentially, that usually stabilizes the game, weirdly enough. Me being on a quest, when people join the lobby. We can try and do some more once I've completed this quest, if you want. But it probably won't work. Matt is a mix of Silverloss and Marth with a Hayabusa feather. Jesus. You got carried through high rank, Falco? Yep, happens. Chubbity Wobbity? I remember their name had like Shoopy Whoopy. It was something like that. It had an S at the start, I think. Chubbity Wobbity came to mind. Sacrifice a mud puppet to stabilize the server. Yes, murder. Murder for the servers. Chockwob? But it's more fun if you say shockity wockity. Get used to mixed sets, yeah. When a full set, go for one of the deviants. Don't do it! Full Rathalos isn't terrible, I think, actually. A lot of people built full Rathalos when they joined me. So presumably full Rathalos is a good full set if you don't want to mix. Full Silverloss. Or Silverloss mix set with the Marth, the high booster. Getting the higher booster is, you know. Good luck. It's GU. Rock that Vespivoid? Hell yeah. Please stop fucking me. You're thinking of getting free, so don't snitch on what? How would I snitch? Bar off. You have the Garuga set. That's pretty normal. It's a pretty decent one. Pretty good. Pretty good set. All you did in GU was sharpness and chain crit meta with longsword. On the second one, you did aerial support hammer. Memery with me, yep. Do you know, General, that we played so much together in high rank with you doing that? That at the end of that save file, when I finished G rank, you were still like 4th on my guild card. For Unity or something. You were really high up there. And I did a lot of quests in G rank as well, you know? Like, it wasn't just one and done. I completed all of the non-deviants. High rank Naga Cougar armor actually isn't terrible as well, to think of an armor set. It's not good, but it's not terrible. Imagine how high you could have been if you didn't miss out most of the late game. You probably would have been at the top. Mace finished at the top. At the end. Didn't have the internet, yeah. Yeah. Heard your name. You had highest Unity at the ending point of GU multiplayer. G rank. One day GU returns. Probably not, General. Probably not. But that gave way too much to get that, yeah. Oh, high rank Gore is really good, yeah. I had that for a long time. Glavenus? Yeah, always Glavenus armor, I suppose. Oh, God. Just thinking about that all challenges makes me sad. I have a track record of irresponsible game decisions. Not unfair. By the way, irresponsible game decisions, you're going to start a Soul Silver pot. Why? A POC is a Professor Oak challenge. General intelligence. It means that you hate yourself. You capture every single possible Pokemon available before you unlock the next gym. Every single available Pokemon has to be unlocked. If you also choose, like, there's an additional thing you can do for it, which is a living dex. Don't know if Koboro will do that or not. You have to have all levels of their evolution as well. So before you do the first gym, if you're doing a living dex, your starter needs to be like level 38 or whatever. But it mostly just means running around in grass hoping for encounters a lot. A Master Dex? Little species variations? Isn't there a butterfly type Pokemon in Gen 3 or Gen 4 that has like several thousand wing variations? Something. Gen 6, you know, that makes a lot more sense. Pavilion? 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 36 different patterns depending on where you set your home region. That's a pain in the butt. Piece of crap. That is also how a POC makes you feel, so it is appropriate that it's both. I have a question about that, actually. About POCs. In games... yeah, basically in any of them. When you get access to a fishing rod or to surf, do you have to go back to every single route that you have capturable water Pokemon on and get all of them before you do the next gym? Because you'd have to, right? Yeah, of course you do. Man, why do you do this? Does this put me all the way back up? No. I was thinking about it the other day. I'm kind of thinking about it again now. I really don't know if I should play Gen 6 again. I feel like I'm already playing through a whole bunch of the rest of them. There is a not to try. I mean, there is. It would take the slot of something else. Gen 3 regional bug is the only completely random evolution. The amount of people who believe otherwise is kind of crazy. What do you mean completely random? Oh yeah, isn't there something between like Limecoon and Silcoon? Something? The evolution paths are effectively random. That's really neat. I like that. There's some super convoluted BS calculation with the personal ID. Which, like, is essentially random. Can't see about stuff like PK hacks, and even then it's still bullshit. Nice. Cascoon, oh yeah, Cascoon or Silcoon out of a one. Do you always get the same one? Like once you're locked into one, can you get the other one, or? It's locked as soon as you catch it. Okay. Oh, each wormpool has it. Right. Okay. Not your trainer ID. On the wormpool's ID. For a moment, I thought it was the trainer's ID. That's weird. That's interesting, but that's weird. Hmm. Oh, hi, Pickle. I wonder why they made that so complicated. People believe an unofficial guidebook which has information or easily debunked just by testing. That sounds about right to me, yeah. Private market at the time was wild. That's fair back in the time, but now is the problem, right? It's what you believe now that matters, not what you believed, you know, back when you had no idea. And everything was a bit wonky and Pokemon probably didn't have quite as good of a grip over stuff as they do now. They weren't quite as lawyer trigger finger happy, if that's even a thing. Seems to be fucked. Oh, I'm just gonna leave it. No luck. I can do 2 bar off here and hopefully I get all the stuff I need from 2 bar off in a row. We can resume with Rust Duramboros farming tomorrow. Some rumors enter the cultural zeitgeist and those are the first interactions of people with certain topics. Yeah, but like, you can learn. Right? You don't get told something once and that's the truth forever. People are kind of defensive when it comes to changing their opinions, or maybe they should change that. Hey, got it. Didn't you have mostly no idea about the Switch Pokemon games? What that? Wonder it's the last one that actually included the Wurmple family. The kind of not accessible misinformation sticks around easier as well, it's true. Well, I mean, at least the remake of those games would have had it, right? Wurmple got nuked. It's in BDSP. Yeah, exactly. It's probably the last appearance it had, I have to guess. Free you from work, I'm sorry, Frenchie. I don't have that power. I wish I did. Hello, Mr. Madness. I'm running the 60 FPS code, but I do not have the mod fix. Why, you might ask? Because I'm lazy. God, you hate this. How are y'all doing this? I wasn't. I did it for 9 months and it ended my existence as a human being for a while. And then I started doing this instead. Looks smooth? Yeah, it does. Am I playing on PC? How? Hi, Evraken. There is a mod. No, sorry, there's not a mod. There's a program called Citra. C-I-T-R-A, Citra. Like a citrus fruit. It's an emulator, which allows you to emulate 3DS, which is what I'm doing at the moment. So my computer is basically running a 3DS. There's also a program called Cemu, C-E-M-U, which does the same, but for Wii U. Basically just run a little Wii U in your computer. That's how I'm on PC. Working sucks? It does, yeah. But you know what doesn't suck, Frenchie? Having money. That bit is pretty good. You can, like, live in your own house. Potentially. Depending on how much you earn. Live in a place with other people. You can buy food. You can buy games. Yes, Chisel? You may need to replay this. You only ever got to Legaicrus. It's good. It's well worth it. Do you remember the part on the Altus Plateau with the two tree sentinels? Yes. I pulled one out of aggro range and then killed them one at the time. Owning a house in 2024. I mean, fair. Fair. Do they both respawn when you kill one? I have no idea. I don't remember if I only killed one of them. Or if I killed both on my first try. Just kill both, Chisel. You will, but it will depend on if you do them now or tomorrow. Probably just do them tomorrow. In that case. Lagiacrus. It's really good. Oh, Komaro's still in the lobby, despite the fact that Citra. I'm not connected to the lobby anymore. Yeah, that's what I meant. You're a ghosty road. You play for hours now and you didn't feel like you accomplished shit. That's Elden Ring. That's Elden Ring. Maybe you're in my LAN network. You'd regret it if you were. Hey, yes, Skullbot. You're really looking forward to getting back into the 3DS titles, Mr. Madness? Just waiting to finish your new network? Alpha Test had amazing results for multiplayer. Didn't like LAN. US, EU. Nice. Very nice. Fingers crossed it all goes well for you. It's always wonderful to have more options available for more people. Certainly true that Shitra servers are a thing. Sometimes, unfortunately. So it's nice to know that there is either better alternatives or better service from Citra, right? I don't blame them. There's a lot of people in there all the time. So many servers. It can drain the old power. That's for sure. Servers are expensive. I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Peer-to-peer is unreliable sometimes. It's all a nightmare. Looking reliable though? Good. It's more because Monster Hunter is janky as fuck netcode to the Citrus fault. That might also be very appropriate. But I will say you do also get kicked out of Citra lobbies quite a lot. And that's definitely not Monster Hunter's netcode's fault. Right. At least it damn well shouldn't be. Could be intertwined. I don't think it is, because people have problems, like, before they've even launched Monster Hunter, they're getting, like, kicked out of the lobbies and stuff, right? Hey! Braxkin, thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you look forward to the ending of G here. How do you actually input games you brought? So, when you upload your game from your 3DS, it's a specific file extension that I can't remember the name of now. And that goes into the folder. Somewhere you can just like set a folder that's your games folder on Citra itself. And then all the things of that thing, all of the files with that code that you put in there are, you know, just available on the homepage of Citra, basically. Like, they're just there. And then you just click play. And then it just works. If you're 3DS on hand, you don't know how to do it. You need custom firmware to do it. And I can't guide you through that because I don't have a clue. I had someone help me with it because it goes above my noggin. YouTube tutorials, you know, generally online guides that exist out there, they're your friends. They will help you. It's one of those things that's probably a little bit too long to guide people through over voice anyway. Unless you have like a one-on-one situation. To figure out another day, it's just fun to watch for you again. Yeah, it's such a good game. This was General's bonk, by the way. General's weapon request there. Did it go this way? Yeah, it's going this way. Good. It's a little complicated, yeah. That's why it's best to look for a guide, right? Because there's so many like little nitpicky bits to it and all that stuff that it's just easier. Sounds like kind of a cop-out, but it is. You should do a tutorial on doing it. Not a terrible idea. Feel comfortable doing one. A lot of them out there tend to have a lot of like waffle and stuff around them. They don't tend to be very concise from what I saw when I was trying to look it up. The written guides are wonderful, but the video tutorials are like, there's waffle all over the place. And it's not helpful. Our information may be well out of date, yep. Yeah, it's always worth checking the date of a tutorial video, right? Official guide's pretty foolproof, that's good. What's the saying, though? You'll never make anything foolproof, because I could always make a bigger fool. Another question, you don't have your original copy of 3 on your 3DS, you have another one. Is there any way to get the previous save or nah? I do not believe so. There's some like extra data that is stored on your 3DS itself, like some guild cards and all that stuff. But as far as I am aware, all of the core data is stored on the cartridge, or if you downloaded it, on that like packet of information there. So if you lost your like cartridge or like deleted it and reloaded, then that doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. Right, HR2 it is. If you are only in low rank Legiacris, that's not too bad. That's not that bad. It's a decent little bit, but you'll be alright. Fool needs to attack 3DS with hammer. Attack the 3DS with a hammer, you say? That's how you do it? Where's my 3DS? I actually don't know what my 3DS is. Where is my 3DS? Must be in the drawer. The bottom drawer, which is hell, and I refuse to look in there. I am indeed, Conroy. You do not own it anymore, making this a crime. Would that be true? If it was illegal, if you owned it at one point and legally uploaded it, just because you lost your 3DS, it would not be a crime because you legally uploaded it, right? Or if you sold your 3DS or something, right? You own the physical copy? Well, if you own the physical copy of the game, but you don't own the console, is the thing here. You still own the game, you just lost the console. That's fine. Interesting. I know you're not allowed to like upload it for anyone to download it, right? That's not okay. Just wondered. Well, that's where it gets weird, Mace. Depending on what country you're in. Because technically you do not own that. Right? That's where stuff gets wonky. Law's wonky. Wonky wonky. How does digital dumping work? What do you mean? I don't know what digital dumping is. You don't own 4U physically? Then you just show that you do in fact own the game on your 3DS. I guess, right? No, he bought it, Mace. Chisel. Mace owns 4U, but bought a copy off of the 3DS online store. Is what he's getting at. You don't own a hard copy, right? But in that case, you would presumably need your 3DS to show. And if you lose your 3DS, you've lost your, like, proof that you own the game. Because you can't re-download it from the store anymore. Unless you have the receipt. You do own a hard copy? Digital media is owned. So if you ever bought an online copy, I mean, I own a hard copy. It's on the shelf behind me. But let's say hypothetically, I bought, I don't fucking know. Monster Hunter DOS on the PlayStation Store that definitely existed in those days, right? You cannot upload that copy despite the fact that you've paid money for the game because you don't own a physical copy of it. No, that's dumb as hell. Even though you paid for the media. That's really silly. That's about right, though. Anyway, depending on where you live, like different laws, right? Different laws, different countries, different places. Some places, for example, like pirating things is weird, and it's like not legal for the person who uploaded them, but it's fine for everyone else. And then for some cases, it's like shitty for everyone. Yeah, it's just a nightmare. Nintendo on their way to order every single Monster Hunter game over to see if they emulate about a physical copy. I could imagine it. It's a Nintendo. You need to have basically every version of Monster Hunter purchased 2 to 3 times over because you needed all the regions for hosting. That's really shitty. But that you have a device strong enough to run for you to begin with, yeah, exactly. It's going good, Sagando. Making some progress, yeah. Got, like, most of the key quests done in this tier at this point. There's still a few. I think there's 3 left or something. Seems like 3 left, yeah. You made that sound like it's nothing. I mean, if you're used to playing exclusively modern games at this point, N10, it's kind of not. Like, that would be below recommended specs for most modern games. At least the 30, 50 would be. The Intel would probably be fine, the i7. What I'm interested in. How does it work if you own a physical copy of the game, but download a ROM due to, like, technical ease? Is that a no-no? Presumably a no-no, right? Because you have used bad stuff. Downloading the ROM itself is illegal, you think? Yeah, that's different in different countries. Which is where that gets weird. Don't tell anyone? Yeah. That's the way you get around it. If the hashes match up totally unedited, they're the same game, so it's a legal grey area, yeah. It just popped into my head, like, that's a bit of a weird one, right? Because I know in Sweden, Chisel, if you download pirated, like if you pirate things, that in of itself, depending on certain like websites where you get it from, isn't technically illegal, if I'm not mistaken. The person who did the illegal deed is the one who uploaded them. Or no, it's not. It's if you stream them, I don't. It's really weird. Teeny knows better. The important part would be how you source it, yeah. Down in norms isn't the distribution is. Yeah, like, yeah. It's not, I just want to say this. It's not a flat rule, Mace. It's why I keep saying in certain countries. In some countries, you are acquiring a file that was illegally uploaded. Thus, it is illegal. Right? Different rules, different countries. The file is illegally uploaded, so if you are in control of it, it is a legal file. You're talking from your perspective based on where you live. Yeah, you need to preface it with that, though, because, like, you're just saying downloading ROMs isn't bad. It's like, a little bit more precise than that, right? Not legal advice. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. When you give it with such a hard, like, definitive thing, it sounds like legal advice. Complex. It's always complex. I'm not 100% sure on what the ruling is. Can you make that a stream tag? I probably could, yeah. Not legal advice, not medical advice. Your option is to go overboard to prevent any legal action being taken against you, so you end up with a lot of hard copies and consoles. Yep, completely fair. A smart person wouldn't take any of your advice. Well, you can't assume that everyone who's here is smart. If you name a cryptocurrency after me, I will quit streaming. Forever. Not life advice? We give some of that out, to be fair. Though, usually it just boils down to stop being an arsehole. I need 6 more Baroth Cortexes, a Diablos Hardtail, 2 more Plessioth Fangs. Pure Crystal, 11 Rust or Amberos shells, 1 plate, 2 marbled humps. Cool. Not too bad. This displeases me. That is going to be me done for today. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had fun. I will be back with some more Free You tomorrow, right after Monster Hunter World, which I'll also be playing. Otherwise, you can see when and what I play on the first little linky link there. Thank you very much, Camaro. Second linky will take you to the Discord server if you want to have a say in the poll that is currently ongoing to replace Pokemon on Tuesday, Thursdays. Announcements, any of that sort of stuff, that's the place. And the YouTube channel, if you want any of the VODs. Or just stream VODs. Enjoy yourselves. Until I see you next time, have a good one. Toodaloo.